Hello and welcome, connoisseurs of fine common cardboard, to today's live stream and to this Let's Build for Wispdrinker Vampire from Murders at Karlov Manor. I'm Papa Pauper, also go by Ryan. Welcome everybody to the stream today. Glad to have you all here. And we are going to talk a little bit about one of my favorite topics, and that is basically anything black and magic, but Orzhov is awesome in cPDH, Competitive Pauper Commander. It is the anti-meta colors in this format. And the printing of Wispdrinker Vampire has got me really excited for continuing to deepen our understanding, deepen the tech, deepen our interest in this color pairing, which is so fabulous in control and in mid-range decks. So without further ado, we're going to get right into the deck tech. So let's talk a little bit about Wispdrinker Vampire. The first is that essentially we're here for this ability. Let's see if we can get this little thing out of the way here. There we go. We are here for this ability, which is whenever another creature enters the battlefield with 2 or less power, we're going to drain everybody for 1. And this effect is really powerful. Every single one of the ETBs we get is dealing 3%-ish of the life total of the whole table, symmetrically pressuring everybody, buffering our life totals. And there's a lot of ways we can take advantage of this in this format. And the first one that came to mind when I saw this that was just like a slam dunk is Extort, because not only do all of these Extort creatures have 2 or less power, all the ones worth playing have 2 or less power, but they also further our life plan. Like they're working with what we do. They drain the opponents, they buffer our life total. So this is kind of like an Orzhov burn deck in that mid-range sense. And just want to let everybody know too with the comments and everything, I'm going to be answering any questions you have at the end. So stoked to have you all here today. And so if you've got questions, post them in the chat below and we'll get to them. Michael says, hello, glad to see I wasn't the only one that got the gem and the spoilers. And Birdtrap says we can all just ban slimes before Corpse Jack becomes a thing. Well, if you're interested in slimes, make sure to be here when we do a slime video, because I've figured out something very special to do with the slimes. But back to the Orzhov stuff. So the Orzhov Extort stuff is perfectly synergistic. There's no trigger that we have to pay for with the Wispdrinker Vampire. We're going to drain with these creatures, and then we're going to continue to drain. And they're so important to our game plan that we're going to play the full complement of Unearth, Recommission, and Return Triumphant. And if you look at these creatures, they're all less than 3 mana, 3 or less mana. And so all of these are just a reanimate for our cheap creatures. They're going to bring them back in, they're going to give us another trigger of the life drain, and we're going to get back on that engine. But there's a lot of other ways that we can just literally get drains right off the bat, and some of these are really potent. Okiba Reckoner Raid alone is going to enter the battlefield, no trigger on the part of the Wispdrinker. It's going to hit for 2, and then when it flips, note that with exiles, they exile and return the creature back to the battlefield. It's a 2-power creature. For 1 mana, with Okiba Reckoner Raid, we are dealing 10% of the table's life total. 9 damage, right? Because we did 1, 2, 3 to each player. That's 9 damage, 90 points life total. It's great. Serrated Scorpion, same thing, right? The moment it dies, it will have done 10%. Vampire Spawn, same thing. A little bit more expensive, but perfectly reasonable as well. Nocturnal Feeder is another one. Nocturnal Feeder is kind of growing in popularity because it actually flies. It's one of the few drain creatures that actually flies. And so eventually when it dies, and we have lots of ways to make that happen, we're going to drain everybody for a little bit more. The other 2 cards that we're going to be looking at, and these ones are not a slam dunk, are Nadir's Nightblade and Mirkwood Bats. These 2 cards are not a guarantee here. It depends on how deep we go into token making. But these can be really powerful sources of repeat drain. And they're also 2 or less power, so they're going to trigger the Wispdrinker Vampire. Now, the other things that we're going to be doing to trigger this multiple times is playing creature cards that basically come with more than 1 body on them. And the most efficient ones we have in the entire format are Doomed Traveler, Hunted Witness, Garrison Cat, Crawling Chorus, and Nested Shambler. And these are all going to give us ways to produce a lot of bodies. There's some really interesting synergies with Nested Shambler that we're going to talk about later, but all of these are going to give us multiple triggers. And so you can think about Crawling Chorus and Garrison Cat and all these cards as dealing 6 damage the moment they land, right? They're going to deal 6 damage and gain us 3 life. And in a way, that's kind of like giving our creatures haste, right? Like it's unblockable, it's haste, and it's lifelink all at the same time. So these are incredibly efficient cards. And you can imagine turns where we're able to have a Wispdrinker Vampire out in play and slam a bunch of cheap creatures, and we are going to go hard as hell in not only buffering our own life total so that we can actually handle when people start coming back at us, right? We're the mid-range deck, so we're not the first target at the table. And when we do become a problem, we do actually have the life total to sustain, grinding through and winning the game. The next thing is, the next card really that was right on my list was Extort as the keyword, and then Battle Screech, because Battle Screech is going to be super gross in this deck. Battle Screech, one card, is going to translate to 4 enter the battlefield triggers. One card, 12 life. Not only that, but these are 1/1 flyers that are going to repeatedly hit in for damage. So it's a great card. Soul of Migration, another one. We can evoke this. We're going to get the ETB of the 2 birds, which are going to trigger, and we're going to get the 2/4, which is also going to trigger. Acacian Crier is another one where we can convert cards in our hand into soldier tokens to get 2 damage triggers, as well as making bodies, blockers, things we can anthem. Nimble Right Schematic is another one because it's 3 things, right? It's 2 bodies, but once we, when we look at how we get those bodies, we have to sacrifice this thing, which we'll talk about in a moment. And that's going to give us 1/1s, basically 2 of them on 1 card. And then Charge of the Mites is another card that when you're in white and you're doing white weenie stuff, you're going really wide, you're rewarding yourself for playing a lot of cheap creatures. Charge of the Mites is really good because not only is it like 2 tokens that you can just play, but it's also like 3 mana, kill almost anything. This one may or may not make the cut just because we are in black, and black has really good removal too, but the fact that we can also get the triggers at instant speed, pretty dang good. Raise the Alarm is the last one. You all know it. You all love it. And we're going to be definitely going for that. So the other thing I want to mention is that when we're going really wide with these creatures that produce more creatures when they die, this really incentivizes plunder effects. And plunder is the new terminology that I've been using to describe village rights and deadly dispute effects. So costly plunder is where I got that name for it. And I realized that this didn't have a name. Like people would say these are like rights effects, but it doesn't really, rights isn't very verbally descriptive of what it means. These are plunders. We're sacrificing a permanent of some sort to gain some form of advantage, whether that's drawing cards or whether that's bringing creatures back from our graveyard. These are plunders, and there are a lot of them. And when we're going this wide with creatures and they're all, reliant on dying, right? Then these are the most efficient draw spells in black, and we get so many of them. You can have like, I think up to 10 of these plunder effects in a deck, and if you can feed them, these things are instant speed draw 2s littered throughout your deck, and you tend to chain them, right? So let's talk about the other things we can sacrifice. Arkham's Astrolabe. If you all haven't seen Laubert's video recently talking about Astrolabe, you should. Laubert, you can look him up on YouTube. He's one of our server partners and a great content producer. And Arkham's Astrolabe is particularly good in Black and Black X decks now because the plunder effects have proliferated so much. There's so many of them that just having basically half of an Ichor Wellspring, right? Arkham's Astrolabe is 1 and it draws you a card. Ichor Wellspring is 2 and it draws you 2 cards, right? Arkham's Astrolabe also just fixes our mana, which is great. The Blood Fountain is another one. We're making 2 things, right? It's kind of drawing us a card. It can get our creatures back from the graveyard. Nihil Spellbomb, just good graveyard hate that can also draw us a card in a pinch. You play it on 1. On 2, you have Deadly Dispute. Maybe 3, you don't hit your land drop, so you Deadly Dispute your Nihil Spellbomb. That kind of stuff is really, really effective at creating a lot of draws. But the thing that really put it over the edge was Mephitic Draught and Tithing Blade, which basically added like the sufficient fodder on good spells that we needed to make these plunder effects like a core part of black decks. And I'll tell you what, all my black decks, almost all of them are running these plunder effects to the maximum. So the way we can look at these plunder effects is that these, when we combine them with a Mycosynth Wellspring, a Mephitic Draught, or an Ichor Wellspring, they are actually better than Siphon Mind, because Siphon Mind is 1 4-mana spell, and it is more cards per card in your deck, right? So if you hit Siphon Mind, you're going to draw more cards without having to have anything else happen. But when we combine these and we synergize them, this is 4 cards for 4 mana, and you do it in installments. And what this does to your curve is amazing because you can run these things out and you can draw cards right away. It increases our action, what's the word for it? Action economy, right? So we're basically churning through our deck. And the same goes for the newly printed Mephitic Draught and Ichor Wellspring, or the Mycosynth Wellspring. But even when we look at these as, sub that Ichor Wellspring out for a Nihil Spellbomb or an Arkham's Astrolabe, and it was basically like 3 cards, right? We drew 3 cards, and that's the same as the Siphon Mind. And keep in mind, Siphon Mind, the discard on that mostly doesn't matter. We played Siphon Mind because it was a 3-mana draw 3. So that's one way to think about it. The other thing we want to think about with Wispdrinker Vampire is that it's a 4-mana card, which means that when we play 2-mana rocks, we're going to be able to ramp into Wispdrinker Vampire at 3 mana, right? And so we're going to want 2-mana rocks mostly untapped, right? Because we do want to be able to run things out before we do this. And of course, these rocks are going to synergize incredibly well with our plunder effects. When we are drawing dead and we have a plunder effect and we have like artifact lands and we have mana rocks in play, you know, if we're flooding, we're happy to turn one of our mana sources into more cards. And that's where these plunder effects are so flexible. They're so damn good. Now, the other thing that we're going to be doing ramp-wise, is I'm going to be looking to trying Springleaf Drum and Flywheel Racer in here. Because we have a lot of cheap creatures, we have a lot of things we can deploy early. These cards are really, really efficient ramp sources. If we go turn 1 Springleaf Drum, turn 2, say we play Hunted Witness, and then we tap the Hunted Witness with the Springleaf Drum, we tap our other land, we play an arc, you know, like you could go into Arcane Signet, right? Or Orzhov Signet, or any one of them, and have a lot of mana. Also noteworthy, of course, Erosium just pointed this out, is that Ornithopter of Paradise also triggers the commander. Now, a lot of you may be looking at this and saying, where are Gold Mirror and where are Leaden Mirror? And I think that we may look into playing those, but I don't love them because it really exposes our mana base to sweepers and to incidental things that could put us behind. So we'll consider those. Ornithopter of Paradise is special because it has flying, and we'll talk about that in a moment. The other thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be experimenting with Dark Ritual. And Dark Ritual is increasingly more powerful as the action economy of these black decks goes up. And being able to run out a Dark Ritual and play a turn 2 Wispdrinker Vampire is really good, because rituals are a little bit funky, right? In the sense, like, if you're really trying to end the game very quickly, you kind of need to play them. But when you play them, you also expose yourself to a lot of risk, because if your thing doesn't work, then you're down a card, right? Or you're down a lot of cards, right? And in this case, Wispdrinker Vampire isn't scary enough to warrant getting rid of it as like a turn 2 must-kill threat, right? It's a good card. Yeah, we're playing it because it's good, but it's not going to draw the same attention as if you like, you know, you did like Seething Song, or like, you know, Rite of Flame, Seething Song, you know, and then, you know, played a bunch of like combo creatures like Ketis, and then, you know, Pinger and all that stuff, and everybody's like, holy shit, we could lose the game on the next turn. Dark Ritualing this into play, fair value engines when we are using rituals are really exciting to me. So we're going to be trying Dark Ritual. The other reason that Dark Ritual is really good in black decks is that it's going to turbo us into the initiative occasionally. You know, 2 lands, Dark Ritual, Vicious Battle Rager, go. Like, great fair value engine to get the game started. The other thing is that we get sequences like turn 1 Cycle Troll of Khazad-dûm, turn 2 second land, Dark Ritual, Dread Return, and then we have a 6/4 in play right off the bat. And these are really powerful openings that we can do. The other thing I want to focus on with Wispdrinker Vampire is the fact that it has flying. And flying is especially relevant when you're in Orzhov, because Cranial Plating and all the glitters are just absolute hammers. You know, we've been ramping, right? So we've got lots of artifacts. We've got lots of tokens that happen to be artifacts, blood tokens, treasure tokens. We've got some enchantments that we'll be talking about in a little bit here. But Wispdrinker Vampire being a flyer means that she can be like a devastating, like 2-shot kill, easy, right? Or maybe a 1-shot. Maybe somebody's low because everybody's been doing a lot of pinging to each other, and we slap a Cranial Plating on it, hit somebody, and they just die, right? Like, if you have a Battle Screech in play and you have Cranial Plating, like, it's going to be really tough for the table to handle what you're doing, because you're going to be able to swap that Cranial Plating between those flying creatures, and you're going to push a lot of damage. And then all the glitters is also working with our enchantments, and it's buffing our toughness. So these are all going to be really exciting plans, I think, for this deck. And then, of course, yeah, this is what we were talking about, where we've got like these artifacts that are basically passively buffing this up while also being part of our ramp or being part of our card draw suite. And this is another reason why, like, even Night's Whisper and Sign in Blood aren't like staple in black anymore. They're good card draw spells. They're 2-mana draw 2s, but they're not like a permanent. And black wants permanents to plunder away, right? So it's kind of an interesting shift in the way that I'm building my black decks nowadays. The next thing I want to talk about is the fact that Wispdrinker Vampire is a black 4 toughness creature in a format where a lot of stuff doesn't kill it. So let's look at what doesn't kill it. Snuff Out, Spinning Darkness, Ghastly Demise. Ghastly Demise is a card that I'm playing more often now, because when you're in black and you're churning through, you're casting lots of cheap spells and they're plundering things into your graveyard. Ghastly Demise becomes like a 1-mana Doomblade, right? Which is great. We want like cheap interaction. It's really, really powerful. So Doomblade doesn't work on this. Ghastly Demise doesn't work on this. Vendetta. Some decks play Vendetta, not a ton, but Doomblade and Victim of Night. What's up, Lobert? Good to see you. But there's a lot more. Executioner's Capsule is considered kind of like a commonly black spell. Splash black decks, like where it's a black dex in another color, whether it's one more color or 2 colors more, will play Terror. I've played Terror in a number of decks where I just had a lot of pip intensity. Like if you're like a low to the ground deck that's like 2 colors, you might not always have black for something like Grasp of Darkness or Victim of Night, so you might play Terror and Doomblade. And then Seal of Doom, which is a card that I think is like criminally underplayed. I've been thinking about a lot lately. Executioner's Capsule, kind of when you need to hold it up, it's a 2-mana tax on your mana. And so it's a powerful political tool, but it also slows down your game plan in the same way that Honored Heirloom does. Honored Heirloom, a lot of people have figured it out, that Honored Heirloom, while it's a powerful stacks effect in a sense of preventing people from comboing off using their graveyard, Honored Heirloom also taxes your mana every turn. So if there's somebody doing flicker things, you're kind of expected to like hold it up. And I don't really like that. Seal of Doom is basically fixing the problems with Capsule by allowing us to play it. Yes, it's more expensive. We pay for it up front, but then it's literally a free activation. And I think free is actually better here. So you pay for it early, which is a little better for Extort, or you pay for it all at once and then it's free to activate. So it's kind of a pick your poison kind of a thing. But Lightning Bolt, Thunderclap, they don't really work either. The other thing is that Wispdrinker Vampire dodges all the red sweepers. Breath Weapon, Fiery Cannonade, Sulphurous Blast, and of course Swirling Sandstorm, because do note that it says each creature with flying. The rest of our stuff will probably die, but Wispdrinker won't, which is excellent. The next thing is Black Sweepers. Pestilence, Crypt Rats, Drown in Sorrow, Arms of Hadar. These are all sweepers that we could consider playing, although we got to talk a little bit about what that means. And I'm going to need your help in deciding kind of how we construct the final build or the first beta test of this build. But other people using these spells too will not kill the Wispdrinker Vampire. Okay, the last thing we got to talk about is this wacko activated ability for 7 mana. To be quite honest, like I don't think that this is playing very, very little into my rationale around why I like this commander. This is like secondary, majorly secondary, maybe tertiary, right? There is a world though where we activate this ability. Maybe we have a lot of mana. Maybe we're at a closing stage of the game, and granting all of our stuff Death Touch is going to allow us to push through, force a lot of damage, and make a lot of bad trades. And Collector Invest, I see your comment there. Costs 1 mana for Legion Landing to make a 1/1 lifelink if you attack, if you enter. Yeah, so Collection Invest, this is actually cPDH. This is a competitive Pauper Commander. So we actually don't have Legion's Landing in this format. But we do have all those 1/1s that basically when they die, they're going to give us another token. But you're right. Legion Landing would be an amazing card for this deck if we had it. Absolutely. The thing is about this ability, the 7 mana creatures you control get Death Touch and Lifelink, is that we do have some ramp, right? Like it is feasible that we could cast this. The thing is like, is this going to be the best use of our mana? Most of the time, no. Are we going to be able to cast it most of the time? Most of the time, no. Occasionally we will cast this, and I think in those cases it will end the game, but I think in those cases the game will already be sort of over. Not fully, but like it's a little bit win more, right? So not a huge part of my rationale when it comes to this. Okay, so with that all said, let's move on to our deck building section of the video today. And we've got here a selection of cards that I've put up here. And before we get started with the deck build, I'm going to go through and check to see if you guys had any questions here. Bird Trap mentioned banning slimes before Corpse Jack Menace becomes a thing. For those of you familiar with the new set, for Murders at Karlov Manor, there was a Slime Against Humanity card that is a 2 and a green, basically gets bigger for every slime you have in Graveyard or Exile, and it's very good. It's got specifically a couple of great homes for it. And I'm going to be showing you all one that I think has not been mentioned yet. And that one will be coming, I believe, next week. So keep your eyes and ears peeled for that. That's going to be really fun as well. Michael Taylor says, hello, glad to see I wasn't the only one who caught this. Excellent, yes. And we've got Erosium, keep getting convinced. Ornithopter, yep, absolutely. And Squire's Devotion. Yeah, Squire's Devotion. Yep, that's right. Okay, so let's look at this. We are not completed with this deck. Oftentimes when we do these videos, nowadays I try to shorten the length of the video by having it built ahead of time, but I also really like engaging with you all and having you all be a part of this build. It, makes you all feel some level of investment in what we're doing here, and it helps us make a better deck. So that's kind of what we're up to here, is going to be completing this deck. We've got 76 cards that I think are pretty darn good, and we're going to work our way up to 100. We're probably going to go past 100 and then come back down, but that's just the way it is. Alex says, Echoing Truth bout again, some mega shares with slimes coming around. Yeah, absolutely. Echoing Truth is going to be a very premium answer to the slimes. And I think that is partially why I think the slimes are, I think the best slime decks are going to be Simic. Because being able to interact with something like an Echoing Truth with just a counterspell or hexproof or something like that is really good. And blue gives us a lot more ways to mill cards into our graveyard with like Mental Note, Thought Scour, Strategic Planning, that kind of stuff. There's that 5 mana or 3 mana one that digs 5 deep, finds instants and sorceries, that kind of thing. So yeah. Okay, so let's look through the cards here we've got all these cheap 1-drops. We've got all of our extort creatures. One of the big questions for me here is going to be how many of these sort of dinky draw creatures do we play? We've got Spirited Companion, Dusk Legion Zealot, Phyrexian Rager, Roving Harper, Inspiring Overseer, Priest of Ancient Lore, Search Party Captain. Oh, looks like we need a deck link in the description. That's right. Thank you for reminding me that. I appreciate it. We're going to drop it in here. Sometimes what I do is I don't post the link in the description until right before the video goes live, because I don't want people to blow the surprise for themselves, right? Otherwise, you've already got the answer. You already know what's going in the deck. So let's put this into the description here. Boom. And also because I didn't have the deck completed yet. So there we go. There's the deck link. Okay. So something we didn't talk about in the video as well is that I think that flickers are going to be a really good form of protection. Sometimes, like the question of what we are using to protect our creatures can be a mix of the two. Like sometimes we want flickers and protection spells, like protection from type stuff or unearth cards, or undying evil type things. But I think in this deck, the flickers are going to get us ETB triggers, which are really good. And Pegasus Guardian also is just going to make a stream of 1/1 flyers in this deck, because things are going to be leaving our battlefield all the time. Collector Invests is a 3-color slime commander. There is Sultai Soothsayer is one option. Sultai Soothsayer is 5 mana for a 2/5. Enter the battlefield. You dig 4 or 5 deep, and you get 1 card, and then the rest go in your graveyard. I think that's fine. But the one I'm going to be introducing is it's pretty good. Pretty excited about it for sure. Okay, so we've got our Ephemerate in here. We definitely want that. Kind of considering like Flicker of Fate and Otherworldly Journey, because both of them can target other people's creatures in a pinch. So I really like decks where our protection is also doubling as interaction. So like Ward of Lights, Benevolent Blessing, Chomano's Blessing, Stave Off. All of those cards can hit your opponent's creatures too. So somebody goes to put a Freed from the Real on something, and you give their untapper pro blue, right? So there's lots of cool stuff you can do there. And Otherworldly Journey doesn't give the creature to us right away, but it is going to return with a +1/+1 counter, and we can hit our opposing creatures. So Flicker of Fate the same way. We can even flicker our enchantments with Flicker of Fate. Say we want to put something on things that are hexproof. We can like flicker a Parasitic Impetus or a Martial Impetus or like a Spectral Grasp. And then when it flickers back in, it doesn't actually target anything. It just enters onto something. So that means that it can ignore Shroud and things like that. So Yeah. And then the other kind of boom headshot card, I've been kind of a fan of these lately, just as things have sped up a little bit, is Harsh Sustenance. And if we have like a lot of creatures in play, this is going to be, could be as much as like a deal 10, either to a creature. So you can see this as like a 3 as a murder. It's an instant speed murder that gives us life, or maybe even better to say it would be like a Tendrils of Corruption, except that it can go face. It's kind of like Corrupt and Tendrils of Corruption had a more efficient idea about how to get things done that only relies on the number of creatures we control. One of the other things we're going to be looking at too here is that Convoke cards with all these creatures are going to be great. Cards like Cut Short is basically like white Snuff Out, and it is only tapped creatures. But this does hit combo creatures. Occasionally you'll have like an Untapper or a Scout from Tatiova that's putting lands into play, and when it taps, you can hit it for free with the Cut Short, because we're going to have all these creatures. We're going to have extort creatures that aren't attacking, and being able to just like snuff something out at instant speed is very good. We also have Hobbit Sting, which I think is going to shine really well here. Although maybe the question is like, do we need these cards when we just have good black removal? And that certainly is a good, yeah, that might actually be the correct way to look at this, is maybe we just don't want something like Hobbit Sting for that reason, right? Whereas Harsh Sustenance goes face. And then we've got the impetus cards. We have Spectral Grasp. The reason we run these cards is that some of our removal is dedicated to instant speed interaction with combos, and some of our removal is to take down Voltron threats. And the way to do that is to put an aura on it that makes it attack everybody but you for the rest of the game or until it dies. These are great 2-for-1s, and they're going to be powerful for protecting ourselves from dying to commander damage, because we're not going to die to combat damage all that easily, but we can die to a big Dargo, right? Sen's Enlistment is definitely a consideration. I had this one in early on, and I'm just not sure if this is as efficient as we want this to be. Oh, Alex says Generous Gift. Yep. And actually Generous Gift is one of these cool cards that Generous Gift is kind of like an Ambush Viper too. I played a game just recently where what was a card called? Resculpted. I resculpted one of my TPI tokens into a 4/4 when they tapped out and then they attacked, and I resculpted my token into a 4/4, and I just ate one of their premium creatures because they thought I was like not able to do anything about it. And Generous Gift can do the same thing, but of course Generous Gift is also just like a fabulous removal spell that is going to be a great catch-all at instant speed for things that might be hard to hit. So non-land permanents. I'm a phonetic speller, so let's add a little exclamation mark there. Generous Gift is going to be great. Yeah, back to Sen's Enlistment though. I'm a little concerned that this card may be being a little too much mana. It is grindy. It does give us lots of triggers, but we have so much card draw and so many things to do that 4 mana just feels like a lot. Is the Soul Sisters ban in Pauper common? The Soul Sisters ban. None of the Soul Sisters are banned at common. You're talking about Soul's Attendant. Oh, yeah, I mean, you know the ones I'm talking about, the 1 mana ones, all the Soul Sisters. I don't know if we need those. I will say Soul's Attendant and Soul Warden, I think it is, they gain an exceptional amount of life. Like, every time I see one of those, I have to leave it in play because there's other things that are more important to do. But they will gain redonkulous amounts of life, like so much that you can kind of make yourself a problem. Like, people look at you and be like, why do you have 50 life? Why is this okay, right? And I don't want to draw attention from the combo players in that case. I want to just have enough life that I'm not, like at any risk of like dying anytime soon. We're just adjusting the camera a little bit here. There we go. Lobert says, I don't like Sen's Enlistment. I think we will want our lands. That's the other thing, is like more lands is more mana, and more mana is more extorting, and it's more actions and stuff. So I think that's actually another good point, and probably why we won't play Sen's Enlistment. But I think like my mind did go to that as one of the early cards. Erosium says, when we get to closers, Gruesome Fate is another punch to the mouth like Harsh Sustenance. Yeah, Gruesome Fate. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Excellent recommendation there, Erosium. This could like quite literally end the game on the spot. And you know what's cool about cards like this is Gruesome Fate, Gary, some of these like, the Harsh Sustenance cards, they limit our reliance on Pestilence and Crypt Rats. A lot of times, black based decks will end the game. Everybody's been kind of like oppressed by something they're doing, and then you resolve a Pestilence, you clear the board, and then the next time you untap, you kill the table, right? But we don't really want to do that because we have a lot of things to do with our creatures, and a lot of our creatures that we want to keep in play are really small. So we're going to have to be very specific about what sweepers we use, and maybe we'll rely on more fogs. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. And sweepers also, like, what are we sweeping? Like, I want to kill big things. I don't care about little things because we're gaining all this life, right? Um, yeah, great recommendation, Erosium. Average life gain is like 16 for me for each. Oh my god. White Mane Lion could be good. Just returning itself. Yep. How have I never seen Gruesome Fate? This deck would put that card on the map. Absolutely. Like, this is when people put Fireball and Rolling Thunder in their deck, this is what they want. They wanted a 3-mana card that just fucking destroys everybody, like, right away. This excellent. Michael Taylor says, I can see the Suture Priest being a nice compromise. Yeah, thank you for reminding me of that. It's not just Suture Priest, though. We are going to play Suture Priest and Bloodseeker. I forgot to mention these ones. Good catch there. So Bloodseeker and Suture Priest are stacks effects in cPDH. They are punishing people for their ETBs. And I'm going to go out on a limb. You're not going to hear me do this very often because I think that most hot takes are just like full of fallacy and full of overextended logic and not generally all that true. I think Suture Priest is easily top 3 white cards in cPDH. It gains you life. It's cheap. It drains so much damage. Like, you can watch me sweat when I'm playing TPI and somebody resolves either one of those cards. Like, I cannot function until it's gone. And so if you're a go wide deck, God, it's so perfect. If you're a go wide deck and there's a combo player that's doing flicker stuff like an Abdel or something in play, and you're a go wide deck that would normally be like happy to see. Well, I'm mixing myself up, but basically, if I'm playing TPI and somebody is playing a flicker combo deck and Suture Priest comes into play, I have to really think about whether I kill it or not because it's stopping the Abdel player from playing the game, right? From actually comboing, but it's also hurting me. So sometimes I have to operate under a Suture Priest where every spell I cast is pinging me for 1, and leave it there. The cognitive dissonance is incredible on this card. It's just, yeah. Play this card in all your white decks. It's incredible. You can also unearth, recommission, and return Triumphant it. It's amazing. Yeah. And then Bloodseeker is the worst version of it. It's great flavor because it's a vampire, of course, but it only makes people drain. It only makes people lose life, so it's half of Suture Priest. So these cards are actually going to go under stacks. They're also going to go under drain because these are true stacks effects. If you want to play stacks in cPDH, Orzhov is where you want to be. The claws. Add the claws. Which one is that? Are you talking about Dredging Claws? Falconwrath Noble, Death Greeter, and Creeping Bloodsucker. We do have Creeping Bloodsucker. We do not have Death Greeter. Death Greeter, I don't think we're going to need that for the same reason that I don't think we're going to need the Soul Sisters. However, I will say that there is a line that we could take with this because you'll notice that we're actually playing Marauding Blight Priest. I think this is going to be really good here. And if you wanted to play Soul Sisters, you could do Marauding Blight Priest stuff. That they trigger the drain. They're going to gain us a bunch of life. And they're going to lead into doubling our Marauder and our Marauding Blight Priest and our Epicure of Blood. I don't think we need Falconwrath Noble. And the reason for Falconwrath Noble not is because it takes a lot to work, and it's 4 mana. You know, and maybe that's the argument for playing Falconwrath Noble over Epicure of Blood. Actually, I could see that. Because Epicure of Blood is a 4/4. I kind of like that it's a 4/4, which means it's a 4/4 black vampire, which doesn't die to very much. Falconwrath Noble dies to a lot more. Yeah, that's a great combo, Andre. I used to have a deck that was doing like Weather the Storm stuff with Marauding Blight Priest. Every time a player play a card of a color, you gain life. Oh, see, that's another card that is not legal in Pauper. You're talking about the claws, the white one and the black one, like Dragon Claw and those other ones. Those are uncommon, unfortunately. So I'd love to have them. I think they'd be really cool in this format, but we don't have them. So unfortunate. Let's get these in our headshots. God, Gruesome Fate is going to be so gross. Would you all make sure that I'm not missing something? Like, each creature. Let's see if we have anything. Control. Yeah, let's just see, like, what stuff we have here. Gain 1 life for each creature you control with flying. Not good enough. Argavian Phalanx could be good. Like a 4/4 Vigilance that can actually attack. How many of these are there? 63? I think we can go through these. Conclave Phalanx would gain a lot of life, and it would probably be a free spell. Conclave Blessing is hilarious. How many land cyclers do you think is the correct amount, generally speaking? Baseline, if you're 1 color, you can play 2. Like if I'm in black, I will generally play Gloomfang Mauler and Troll of Khazad-dûm. If I'm in 2 colors, I will minimum play 2, 1 for each color, but I will sometimes go 3. I think that's the correct amount. I think that Gloomfang Mauler, especially in black decks, is good enough as a reanimation target because it's going to hit for it's so powerful. It's such a big creature that, you know, grants evasion, it gives power, that it's worth it as a threat, as a closer. Maybe even Scholar of Atheros. I think it's more for Vizkopa. Yeah, so Scholar is a great card. It's not going to be right for this deck, and the reason being is that we have a lot of things to do with our mana. We have Extorting, we have cheap spells, a lot of like cheap removal, cheap draw, and I would rather just use that mana to pay for 1 mana Extort and a spell than paying for Scholar. And the reason for that is that Scholar is really good in a big Orzhov deck, in a big white-black deck. It's amazing because you just have nothing. You don't need to do anything with your mana. You just sink all of your mana into Scholar because what you're really trying to do is just burn everybody out as quickly as you can, and you don't need to react to anything unless it's killing you. So I think Scholar is really good. I like the card. It does trigger our commander, and it is 4 toughness. But yeah, that's the way I see it. Core Skyfisher is a good card as well. We could definitely look into that. I think Core Skyfisher reusing some of our ETBs, like our you know, maybe if we want to play Edicts, and Edicts are good here. I forgot to mention that in the presentation. Reusing the Initiative, reusing something like Pegasus Guardian, maybe if we thought we needed protection, could be good. Okay, Ethereal Armor, Exotic Cursed, Extract a Confession is going to be in the deck, definitely. And note that Collect Evidence 6 is actually really easy to get to in this deck because we churn through stuff, right? Things are dying, things are being sacrificed, and this is just one of the best edicts in the entire format now. This is the other one, Foul Tongue Shriek. This one requires that we attack, and I don't like that. A little bit of insight on cards like this. I've been playing quite a bit of TPI lately, Third Path Iconoclast, and I had Pack Attack in the deck, and it kind of came in and out over time. You know, when I took it out, it was because I felt like it was sitting dead in my hand a lot. Like there were times where I just didn't want to attack, and I didn't want to like use up this valuable game-ending spell, but it was just rotting in my hand. And then I spoke to the winner of a tournament who was playing TPI, and he had Pack Attack in there. He said, look, at least it's just 3 mana, draw a card. And I was like, oh yeah, that's right. So I should just put it back in. I put it back in, and then I realized, oh, what I would rather have is Mob Justice. which is 2 mana, deal target player damage equal to the number of creatures you control. And that's because TPI doesn't really want to attack. We're not a deck that attacks that much. So, so Gruesome Fate is much better than Foul Tongue Shriek because you can just use Gruesome Fate. You can't just use Foul Tongue Shriek. You have to attack. It is 1 mana, so, you know, but and we'll put this in our, you know, in our sideboard just to keep track of it. Depending on how much Flicker and Curve, Tethmos High Priest could be a consideration. It could, although I don't feel like we're lacking on... First of all, we don't have a lot of stuff that targets our own thing. And second of all, we already have a lot of ways. We have 4 ways, you know, 5, 6, 7. We're going to have 7 ways to get back any creature that we want. Witch's Cottage, Mortuary Mire, Blood Fountain, Recommission, Return Triumphant, Unearth, and Dread Return. So I think we're set on that. High Priest, I think, is a good card, but I don't know that we're going to maximize it here. Ministrate of Obligation, 100%. Yeah, I missed that one. The Afterlife cards. That's a great recommendation. See, this is exactly why I was always reticent to like move to building the deck ahead of time and then bringing it here. Because I love this interaction with you guys. We're working through some really good stuff here. But I want to keep the videos shorter too. I want to make these more accessible to people. And so it's kind of tough to balance those things. Okay, what are some other ones here for each creature you control? This is for each creature your opponents control. Siege Zombie is always an interesting card. There's cards like Silver Flame Ritual. There's a few of these that put counters on all of our stuff, but I don't know if that's the route we want to go because Anthems presume that you want to do that kind of stuff. Stronghold Discipline. This is another card that's like really efficient, can be really efficient. This can totally just like wipe an Abdel player or a TPI player off the map, right? Like if a TPI player has like 10 tokens in play and 2 pingers in their commander, this is dealing them 13 damage. If there's an Abdel player who's like taken some damage, but now they've stabilized, you cast this and they just die. Rather tempting, I have to admit. It's a pretty good card. Ministrant of Obligation. If I don't add it to the deck, remind me, because my brain is smooth as a water slide. So we'll come back to it, but I just want to get through this list of cards here. Andre says he was just typing Tethmost. Awesome. Core Fisher just targets itself. It does. It does do that. Same with White Mane Lion. And actually, White Mane Lion is probably... Well, so White Mane Lion, if we're protecting our commander, I presume, it is getting us a trigger, but it's like then we have to recast our commander, whereas a Flicker just like puts it back in play. I don't know. How many zombies do we have for Shepherd of Rot? Not enough. Shepherd of Rot's an amazing card, but not good here, I don't think. It's Rakdos Charm at Home. It is. 4 mana, doesn't do anything else, and it's sorcery speed. I would love Rakdos Charm to be downshifted, by the way. I think almost all the charms are perfectly reasonable. They're hard to cast, and they're flexible. I love cards like that. Mire Triton, and Gorgeous Art on top of a decent card. Mire Triton is a good card. Mire Triton doesn't draw us a card. Milling cards isn't really our shtick. Death Touch is good. The life gain is fine. It is a 2-power creature, but I don't think that that's really meeting the criteria for what we're looking for. It is just a good card. Yeah, it's a good card, but milling isn't what we need to do. This thing gets huge. Oh, you know what we could be playing? I got one. Yeah, Supply Runners is one that I was definitely interested in. We could look into that. Whale of the Nim. This was the card I was looking for. Whale of the Nim is really cool in black. When you're in Orzhov or in black and you have things that you don't want to die, but you want a sweeper in your deck, this deals 1 damage to each creature and each player, and then if you pay 1 more, 4 mana, you get an instant speed, wipe everything your opponent has that has 1 toughness, and then you regenerate all your stuff. This is actually pretty cool for this deck. I kind of like this because I'm reticent around Pestilence, Crypt Rats, and those things because they're going to kill so many of our creatures. Creatures you control gain Indestructible. That's really good. That does save us against sweepers. Let's just throw both of these in for now. These pair together really nicely too. No, actually they don't. Never mind. This pairs well with Pestilence. Destroy target creature, gain life. Okay, cool. So, first thing, Ministrant of Obligation. Yeah, this is great. this is so above the curve. 3 mana for 3 bodies, and 2 of them are flying. Imperious Oligarch is good too. It's actually fine. I don't know that it's premium. Yeah, I don't know if this is premium. Although, if we were thinking about like how efficient things are we happier playing a 3 mana card that deals 9 damage to the table, like say Vampire Spawn? Or do we, for 3 mana, right? Or do we feel better about 2 mana for a card that deals the same rate if our commander is out while giving us more bodies? Vampire Spawn is 9. This one here is once, twice, so 6, but it's 2 mana. Right, so this is one of the things I was thinking about, because we've got cards like Imperious Oligarch, and there's a whole bunch of other ones. You know, Carrier Thrall, stuff like that, where just having, where we don't necessarily need to play cards like you know, Vampire Spawn, Nocturnal Feeder, Nadir's Nightblade. Like, we just play creatures that make more creatures. But I do like that these cards just work on their own without the commander. I think that's cool. Also, by the way, this is one of the rare decks where you actually get to play Malakir Blood Priest, which is good in this deck because our commander is a rogue. So we're probably going to drain for 2. We might drain for more. Warrior, Cleric. So it's Warrior, Rogue, and Wizard. One of the warriors we have in the deck is Underdark Explorer. Let's see. 2 warriors, no wizards. So yeah, most of the time it's going to be a 2 mana drain too, which is better than these other creatures here. Okay, we have 84 cards, which is too many. So we have to figure this out. I kind of like your Temple is under attack. Giving our creatures indestructible when somebody tries to sweep is cool. But the other thing is, like, why would we play this when we have cards like Safe Passage? Prevent all damage done to you and to creatures you control. I think that that's better. Guardian's Pledge is an interesting one. Otherworldly Journey, is it in here? It is not, but let's do that. Temple is under attack. Let's move that to the sideboard. Whale of the Nim could go Otherworldly Journey under protection. Rootborn Defense over Safe Passage and Temple under attack for me because it makes a guy and translates to damage. Temple under attack. This one doesn't make a creature. Pardon me. Faceless Butcher. That's a great card here too, especially with the flickers. Yeah, I like Faceless Butcher. Might be a little bit expensive, but okay, let's get some edicts in here too, because we are missing those. So we've got this one. I think actually there might be an argument for only playing creatures as edicts. Rootborn Defense. This one populates. Okay, so you populate and you get a token and you gain indestructible. Yeah. We don't want to go too deep here, right? Because we have to think about what are these for. Like, we gain a lot of life in this deck, right? And so what are we fogging? Are we fogging a Voltron commander? That's a good use. But if that's the case, would we be happier just killing it? Because then the kill spell is flexible in more instances. In regards to your weighing Vampire Spawn versus the UB Afterlife, I think it depends on how much you value the flying bodies if you're running all the glitters and equipments. That's a really good point. Flyers are so good. Flying is such an awesome keyword. It's so damn good. Um, that's a really good. That's a good point. Um, like this feels like a perfectly reasonable number of fogs. I don't know if I would go any deeper. And then the question is, are we happier with rootborne defenses? Because rootborne defenses does not fog the damage done to us, and safe passage does. Breathless Night is interesting, although I haven't. I'm not in love with this card. It does fly and it does have lifelink. Um, I think that I think this is a cool card, and the fact that it has lifelink makes it really good with our all that glitters and our cranial plating. Really good. But I don't know if this is premium. Like if I have an extort creature in my graveyard, am I gonna pull this out or the extort creature? And I think it's the extort creature. And we have ways to get it out of the graveyard. But only 3 or only 4 of them actually work to trigger this. Works well with stuff like Blight Priest. Yeah, sort of, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I'm swung on this one, but we'll put it in the sideboard and keep it in mind. You know, you got to let this stuff ferment sometimes. So I'm definitely open to it. Okay, we got these organized here. Gruesome Fate. Ooh, man, I'm so stoked. I actually, by the way, I'm putting Ashnod's Altar in this deck because this card is finally coming into its own. Ashnod's Altar in TPI is fucked up. It's broken. It, like, when all your spells make creatures and all the creatures make mana, this is gross. You know, you play this, you sacrifice the creature, and Ashnod's Altar was a 1 mana card. Like, I had a game recently where I cast it, sacked 2 creatures, paid a blue, cast Distant Melody, and I still drew 7 cards, right? And I cast the Distant Melody for 1. So, it's very strong. Okay, what else do we got here? I think it's going to be good here too. Yeah, Breathless Night I think is a different deck. It's kind of like an attacker, right? I think Breathless Night does Breathless Night work with what's it called? Barrowin? Is it Barrowin that can do stuff with that? Yeah. I think that the home for that is Barrowin and not here because Breathless Night kind of wants to attack. And it's also not a premium target for our Unearth effects. Which, do we have these in here? We don't. Oh boy. This is about to get more clogged. Recursion. Recommission. Oh, by the way, Recommission can get back cranial plating. That's just a fun fact. Fun facts with Pauper. Recommission and Return Triumphant. And then these ones are going to go under Recursion, Recommission, Recursion. I think that's all 4 of them. There we go. Back to Edict. Innocent Blood feels as good as Curfew. Yeah, Innocent Blood's busted here. And Innocent Blood is really good, I think, nowadays in the, like, heavy combo stuff that we're seeing right now because Innocent Blood you can play early when people don't have a lot of creatures and they're trying to combo really fast. So it's like an Edict that doesn't take 3 or 4 mana. Same with Extracted Confession too. And Tithing Blade. We need to add that as well. Where's Tithing Blade? There we go. Yeah, I think Breathless Night's actually going to go into this here. Okay, Recommission. This might be too many flickers. Whale of the Nim, this might not be the right home for it. I think we're going to put that in sideboard. Otherworldly Journey. 150 cards, let's go. Yeah. We definitely have many cards here. This ramp could go down by 1. We could drop like a, let's see, what are we? Yeah, we're perfectly even in white and black. So it's kind of hard to say whether it's Marble Diamond or Charcoal Diamond. Flywheel Racer. Maybe Flywheel Racer is the janky one. It's a good card. I regularly get a lot of damage with this card because it's a good attacker. But I think that the reason I played Springleaf Drum is because it's 1 mana, and this is not 1 mana. This is a tapped artifact. It's very comparable to a Star Compass. So we're gonna remove this. And in that case, maybe is it better than Marble Diamond? Maybe it's better than Marble Diamond. We have a lot of white stuff though. So maybe it's Charcoal Diamond. Let's just leave it out right now. I don't want to have to think about this. I like this card a lot. Flywheel Racer is gasoline in Gut and in TPI and in Lulu and a whole bunch of other stuff. But I don't think we need to worry about it too much right now. It could be good, but we'll think about that later. What other auras do we need? You guys think about auras for a second. And then the other thing I want you guys to tell me about is we have cards like Roving Harper and Phyrexian Rager and Dusk Legion Zealot. I've been kind of low on these cards, but you guys tell me if that's good. Student of Ojutai is great. Student of Ojutai is really good. I also think the Student of Ojutai in this deck that is likely to end up with like over 30 creatures is not going to be best maximized. I would rather just put a Soul Sister in it. It does trigger. It does trigger. And then we have a couple things. We have to decide on whether we're doing like Epicure, Vampire, Falconwrath Noble is another one. We have a beefy top end here. Gloomfang Mauler is also going to be a creature in a land. Okay, how many lands do we have in here so far? Where are the lands at? Why can't I find them? Oh, there we go. Okay, so let's get Mortuary Mire, and we need Witch's Cottage. Oh, Witch's Cauldron is interesting here too. Huh. I'll have to think about that a little bit. Oh. I'm just sleeving foil Ojutai into my Vizkopa. Yeah, Student of Ojutai is in my Vizkopa list as well now because I think it's just so good. It's a lot of life gain. Too many flickers could be true. We could probably drop like the Otherworldly Journey. So we have Witch's Cottage, Mortuary Mire. We're going to put in type Swamp, type Plains. Like that. We're going to put in Command Tower. There we go. And we're going to put in Path of Ancestry, which is actually going to be pretty good here. Where do the other lands go? These ones here need to be lands, always. Great recommendations, by the way, everybody. This has been super fun. Kaya's Ghost Form is one of my favorite common black auras. Yeah, Kaya's Ghost Form can do some serious work. It's pretty cheap. The one concern I have with it is that in a lot of the cases where you want to use it, like putting it on a Gary or an initiative creature or your commander, it's a sorcery speed protection spell. And that often, what it means is that if you think that that creature is going to become a problem, and so it depends, like, you know, usually we want to flicker something that is good enough to protect, right? So if it's not good enough to protect, why would we put the aura on it? And if it is good enough to protect, then it's good enough to kill. And so a lot of times people will say, oh, well, like if you're just going to like blank my removal spell, then I'm just going to use it right now so that it works. So I'm not in love with sorcery speed protection, but it does protect from exile effects. And it's 1 mana, and it's tutorable. It's tutorable with Heliod's Pilgrim. Yes, it's basically your Vizkopa list with my tweaks. Won a game against my friends with Meditation Puzzle, so I'm keeping it in. Yeah, Meditation Puzzle is good too. Yeah. Okay. So we've got like a lot of really good cards here. Let's just get this up to, so we need another 25 lands. So let's just do 13 Swamp. And we're going to need Snow. We're going to need Snow-covered Swamp because of Arkham's Astrolabe. Yeah. Snow-covered Plains. Okay. Okay, 34 lands is a good place to start. So we're 18 cards over. These are not going away. Ramp is good. Clawing Torment, I don't love it. So, like, if we're playing... Well, this Clawing Torment only hits one player, right? Or is it all? Each opponent? No. Clawing Torment would be better if it said can't attack. I would like this a lot more. And it only hits the player. So, I don't love it. I think in 60 card it's probably a little bit better, but still not really there. Because we have Cranial Plating and all that glitters, and because we have Plunder effects, we're going to do type Artifact, type Land, and we're going to play all of them. I don't know about Darksteel Citadel. Darksteel Citadel is an artifact land, which is great, but we actually are pretty hungry for pips because of our Extort, so we're going to leave it out. I'm a fan of Countless Gears Renegade. I run it in Tethmos High Priest. It does a lot of work there. I think it's good. I think as a turn 2 play, it kind of sucks because we don't have a way to like make something leave the battlefield. So I think we can leave that one off and just play some more efficient stuff. Like there's a number like Carrier Thrall would be more my speed because Carrier Thrall also gives us a token that we can sack for mana, which is really good. So let's do that. We're going to remove one of each of these. Did we get all of them? No, we didn't. We didn't get Goldmire Bridge. Okay. And then we'll cut a swamp because we want to have about the equal number of plains and swamps. Okay. So 18 cards to cut. Filigree Familiar is... Well, so we could just cut like Phyrexian Rager. Phyrexian Rager is the worst of the ETB draw creatures. I think Mirkwood Bats. How many token cards do we have in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 token cards. I don't think that Nadir's Nightblade and Mirkwood Bats are going to be good enough. So we're going to sideboard these, and that's totally fine. Because these cards are actually, like, they have a high upside, maybe, of, like, if you Battle Screech into them, they're really good. But we have, like, a lot of cards that drain, and our commanders drain. Priest of the Haunted Edge. Yeah. Oh, you've hit on a sore topic, Bird Trap. Priest of... Yeah... I hate talking about this card because it's so close to being staple, but it just ends up being bad. It's 2 mana. It is a 0/4. It's a cleric and a zombie. It's like all the relevant things, right? Like I love the idea of like a thick creature that no mana, you just kill something, right? And it's basically Skred. It's Defile. Sorcery. Why is this sorcery speed? Why is it sorcery speed? Why is it sorcery speed? I hate it. This card would have been so cool for our format, right? Like another like Seal of Doom that you could reuse. This would have been in every single black deck. All of my black decks would cost $30 more because I'd have to get Snowlands, but this card is unfortunately, I just don't think it's playable. Yeah, I hate to say it. It's cool. It's really cool, but fucking sorcery speed, so stupid. give me my powerful tools. Give them to me. Precious. Yeah, we can't exactly unearth Gary. We can Dread Return Gary. Angelic Renewal might be a good consideration. The May Clause is great. Yep, so you get to choose which one gets protected. I think, though, that like our deck is less about protecting things and more about bringing them back when they die, which is totally fine. Angelic Renewal does get us ETB triggers just like a flicker, and we can put it down ahead of time before our commander. So we could go like turn one, turn one something, turn two, Angelic Renewal, turn three, like a mana rock and a creature, and then turn four, or turn five, I guess would be like Wispdrinker Vampire. I don't know, or something like that. Angelic Renewal, yeah. Merc and Nightblade are either S tier or meh tier. If it isn't S tier in your deck, then they're the don't play. Yeah, I agree. I think that like they work with a couple of good cards in the deck, and some of them are really high impact. But I don't think that they're any better than like sometimes they don't work, and I don't think that they're better than like Okiba Reckoner Raid, or even these creatures here. Literally ruined. Yeah, I'm devastated every time I think about the haunted zombie or whatever it is. I weep. Crimson Shades of Indigo for you Tool fans out there. This commander has so many S tier options. I agree. Yeah, like our pick, we've got the pick of like a lot of really good cards. Like we don't need to play mid cards. Yeah, the art is also very cool on the yeah. I can't even look at this card. Let's stop talking about it. I'm so sad. What do we got here? Okay, so now I want what do you guys think? Oh, actually, here we can answer this question. Epicure of Blood and Marauding Blight Priest want to be in a deck that has the 3 Soul Sisters, right? That doesn't that seem correct? And if we're not playing them, do we play these cards? So playing these cards is dependent on the Soul Sisters. Do we want the Soul Sisters is then the first question we have to ask. If we want the Soul Sisters, then we'll play the Marauding Blight Priest and the Epicure of Blood. But if not, then we shouldn't play these. Or maybe we still do because this is still a life gain trigger. It still works with other things. This is one of the big questions I had here. I don't know about this one. Yes. Yes is what he says. Are there any like doo-doo cards here? Cards that we don't like Roving Harper maybe? I don't know. I'm a little hesitant to like go down on some of these. Yeah, the Soul Sisters are really good. They make a huge impact. MV equals 1/0 gain whenever. I don't know that we'll play Lunarch Veteran, though. Lunarch Veteran is very similar, but just worse. Like Soul's Attendant and Soul's Warden for every other creature in play is really sick. Death Greeter also kind of wants you to have them as well. Yeah, because the thing is like we don't have any like the only problem with this is it feels like more life gain than we need. Like we're life gaining from 6 different extort creatures that we can always get back if we need them with our recursion. So like, do we need this amount of life gain? Because really, this is kind of like a build your own drain card. It's like Soul's Attendant, Epicure of Blood, you know, Marauding Blight Priest. You have to have multiple cards come together to like do this cool thing. It feels like it might be a little too cute. Has value with the 7 mana commander ability too, but you almost should never use that. It's so bad. Yeah, the 7 mana commander ability is like not why we play the card at all. Lloyd Thompson says, you have enough ETB dies, gain, and drain, and extort to make it worth, I think. Epicure might be too off curve, so I think it may be worth cutting if you're not adding Soul Sisters. Yeah. We have a lot of our draw right now is represented by creatures that would kind of be my first cuts if I had the choice. Maybe more life gain than is needed. Blasphemous. Well, this is the problem we run into Orzhov, guys. Orzhov, when you build an Orzhov deck and it's mid-range or control, you are going to have 20 too many cards because Orzhov is hard to build. It has a lot of really good cards, but you have to be very intentional about what you're going to take. So like Otherworldly Journey, good card. We don't have room for it. We just don't. Our removal, we're going to have to add cards to this. Charge of the Mites could go in for something better. I think that's true. We probably want, like, we've got Defile. Oh, we should be playing Vendetta. Oh, yeah. Because we gain lots of life. Vendetta is sweet when you're extorting. It's so sweet. Man, 16 cards to cut. It's fucking rough. Safe Passage, maybe. Righteous Aura is for turning off commanders, right? You turn off commander damage with this and you can pay life. It's good. It also stops fireballs. It, this card. Okay, so your opponent goes to cast a type changer onto their pinger. With the pinger on the stack, you pay 2 life and you prevent all damage from it. They cannot combo anymore. This is a really good stacks piece right now against the Malcolm Kedis decks that are very popular right now. Right, Alex, you need more life because you are the combo player and you're the primary threat, but this deck isn't the primary threat. If there's one combo player at the table, like, you're not the first person that's gonna get killed. So while these are really good cards, I also sort of wonder. So we currently have no sweepers. We have 10 removal pieces and 3 edicts and a ton of drain. I think I'm going to hold off on these, okay? I may do some testing with them. And then let's get the Marauding Blight Priest. So this makes the trigger do 2 every time. That's good. Andre, I hope you have a great rest of your day or your night. I can see it's quite late there. I think you're from Poland, right? Something like that. But it's great having you here, and I hope you have a good rest of your night. And thanks for stopping in. Flyjump says the deck also has a lot of blockers. Yep, we have a lot of blockers. We have a lot of ways to gain life. The priest stays. It hits too hard. Yeah. I think the Blight Priest and the Epicure of Blood like double the damage off of this, which is good. Although the funny thing is that neither of them trigger the Wispdrinker Vampire. Czech Republic, quite close. Oh, great. Awesome. Well, I'm quite flattered that you're joining us from all the way across the pond. Another question, edicts. Edicts are, because we have to think about what needs to die, right? Why are we not playing sweepers? Because we don't care about swarms of combat damage. We just outgain it, right? And we just throw blockers under the bus, like one of the two. We have all these blockers, we've got all this stuff. So what do we lose to? We lose to combo and we lose to Voltron. So we need to solve for those. If Voltron, we have answers to Voltron, like Righteous Aura doesn't care about protection, doesn't care about Shroud, doesn't care about Hexproof. You just choose a source. So this turns off all commander damage. Do edicts help with that? I don't know that they do. The only one here that does is Extract a Confession because it's going to kill the biggest thing. Always, right? Almost always. So I think we can cut Tithing Blade, even though Tithing Blade does have draining. And Innocent Blood is great, but it's not guaranteed to kill the thing we need it to. And nowadays people are smart enough in their Voltron decks to play creatures that eat edicts, right? So I think we're actually going to cut Innocent Blood, even though it's very good in the deck. Yep. So the Alex says the Citra Priest and the Bloodseeper are going to stop a lot of combo decks. This is going to stop combo decks. Even a Prismatic Strands can stop a combo deck, right? They go Type Changer on their pinger, and then you go Prismatic Strands on the stack, do red, and they can't ping anymore because they can't do damage. So then their Type Changer goes away, unless it's a Ruined Stalactite, and then there's other problems. But I just think like killing creatures is not really our modus operandi here. Priest of Ancient Lore. I think if I was cutting Priest of Ancient Lore, I would just cut Roving Harper, right? So we could cut Roving Harper. There's Filigree Familiar, which is basically the same thing as a Roving Harper. It doesn't draw a card right away, and it gains 2 life when it dies. I think we can drop that as well. Okay, so here's another thought. We have to kind of do the math on this. Marauding Blight Priest and the Epicure, neither of them trigger our commander. 4 power and 3 power. Meaning we have to do several things to get the damage, right? I'm increasingly like low on these cards in this deck. I know it looks really cool. It's like, oh, you're like doubling up on your damage, but then when you think about it, is it anywhere close to a creature that just triggers right away and does like 2? Like, how does Blight Priest compare to Vampire Spawn? Vampire Spawn enters, drains, and then drains off its ETB and deals 9. Marauding Blight Priest enters and does nothing. And then you play something else, and then it does something. And in the long run, a Marauding Blight Priest does more damage, but it doesn't do anything right away. Yeah, I think I know y'all, some of y'all are not going to like this, but I think we're going to cut both of them. We're down to 8 cuts. We're making good progress here. We're only an hour and 15 minutes in. That's great. I'm happy to be shortening the length of these videos so that they're better for rewatching later on, even though I really like hanging out with you guys. And sometimes those 3-hour streams are just like really satisfying and fun. So let's just switch the printings on this, do a little upkeep here. Make sure we've got the right printings. I'm bullish on these. It's funny, this is kind of like pinger decks. Like all start to look like they have similar characteristics after a little while. Spinning Darkness is an interesting one. Too few black pips for Gary. I don't know if that's true. Is that true? We need permanents. Okay, how many of them are black? 1. Okay, we could do this here. 1. Okiba is actually not a black pip. Interestingly enough, when it flips, it's not a black pip anymore. So, Nested Shambler, Basilica Screecher, Bloodseeker, Creeping Bloodsucker, Dusk Legion Zealot, Malakir Blood Priest. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And then 18. We don't have Oubliette. We don't have Pestilence. Oh, we don't have Blood Fountain in here yet. Alex says, nah, 4-hour streams, please. Yeah. I want to, get back to making some gameplay content as well, but the gameplay content, it's just they're long, right? And you have to edit them if you want them to be really like enjoyed by people and for them to like perform it all. And I don't have money to buy an editor. Absolutely not. Y'all can help me get there. You can go to patreon.com/common connoisseurs and help me buy, editing services. We do have Nihil Spellbomb. Oh, okay. That's not a black pip though. We should probably, do we play Oubliette? I like Spinning Darkness because it's free. Yeah, that's the thing I was thinking about Erosium is that Gary does just trigger the commander. So like on Gary's own, he does 9. Gary is good. I think Gary is good enough. He is expensive, but he's also, he's good. We can also sack him and then dread return him, which is cool. We have Triplicate Spirits here as well. I think Triplicate Spirits is going to be really good. It's just going to be free. Spinning Darkness is one card I'm looking at, but like... Because I'm... Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. Somebody knows an editor who's is interested in helping. But you know, ultimately, like I'm a creative myself. I really respect creatives, and I wouldn't want somebody to just be like giving their time away, you know. And ultimately, like that work is really boring and really shitty, and I would never want anybody to have to do it if it was something as mundane as like just cutting all the silence out of my videos, right? If it was something like you know, like game nights or something where they're doing really cool editing and complex stuff, and mine's just really routine. It's just like I need an algorithm that I like drop my file into that says eliminate all silences, which would be like sounds beneath a certain decibel level that continue for a certain length of time, and then just cuts it out, right? And then repieces the video back together with a little fade transition in between each one of them. That's all. That's all I need is a software that does it. But I haven't been able to find that. So martial impetus over oubliette for offensive potential, as we do kind of want to go wide. Yeah, I think martial impetus and psychic impetus are both very good. They are both in the deck. We have them here in removal. And so these cards explicitly are for non-combo answers, right? They answer a Voltron creature. They make it go somewhere else. But of course, martial impetus can also just go on our commander, right? That's perfectly reasonable. That's not what it's for, but it can do it. Yeah, Fly, that's a great question with cranial plating and all that glitters, because we have 7 enchantments and 17 artifacts. I mean, it seems like it would be wrong to leave them behind. But I mean, one argument you could make for not playing these is that if you do, then eventually your commander will die, right? Because you're like attaching it there. You know, it is worth asking because while we are kind of like we're a mid-range deck, but we're sort of proactive in that just by doing the thing we're doing, we're draining everybody. But we're not really an attacking deck. We don't do a ton of that. These cards do ask us to attack. Yeah. I think our commander is going to attack quite often, right? And I think that these things here, so this is like for our commander. One sec, I need to get something. All right, Bird Trap gotta run. Good luck. I'll check out the video later. Awesome. Thanks for stopping in, man. Glad to have you here. Alex says, cut glitters. I think it's begging for a removal spell. I mean, that's the problem I tend to have with all that glitters. All that glitters is a really powerful card, but like you hit once and then the creature dies, or maybe you don't hit. Maybe you put it on the commander and then the commander just dies because we're not playing a lot of protection. I think we can cut all the glitters. I think that that's correct. Cranial plating sticks around. Cranial plating is going to be good. 17 artifacts is fine. It's fine. Cranial plating at least is going to be +4, right? So +4 on this is 6. That's a 3-shot kill. So that's good. And sometimes it'll be more, you know? Okay. You know, this is a funny situation where we could actually play Sign in Blood and Night's Whisper, despite all the things I said earlier about these black spells like replacing them. And that's because we gain so much life, right? And they don't ask us to do anything. I know we're not supposed to be adding cards right now, but 33 creatures is pretty good. This is one place where we could say like, okay, Spirited Companion, maybe Spirited Companion and Dusk Legion Zealot are too shitty. And maybe we'd just rather have... I've always been on the fence with Dusk Legion Zealot. I think this card is like pretty like mid. I mean, it draws us a card and it gives us something to sacrifice. Ashes to Ashes is good here too. Yeah, I like Ashes to Ashes. Great card in this deck. Yeah, that's a savage beating right there. Exile 2 creatures, take 5. Thorn. Oh yeah, Monarch. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Palace Sentinels triggers as well. Okay, yeah, and so does Staunch Throne Guard. Jesus Christ. Okay, so that answers it. We're not playing the shitty eat these things. We're not playing Spirited Companion is so overblown and so overused. They're just like really low impact cards. Like they just cycle. At least in black, you can like sacrifice them to draw stuff, but I don't know. I don't think they go in as many decks as people think they do. I think we keep Inspiring Overseer because it flies, but we can drop Priest of Ancient Lore. Damn, we're back up to 9 things. I think that these cheap creatures here are probably eating some of our slots. I would cut the Priest of the Ancient Lore over the Spirited Companions. Yeah, I cut both of them. How about that? Haha. Psych. Initiative is always better than Monarch. I hate to make broad generalizations like that. Initiative is almost always better than Monarch. Monarch is definitely good, and when you're playing Initiative and you're building around it, if you're doing that, then you should also have Monarch, because this, you lose the Initiative in the Monarch the same way. Combat damage, right? So they almost always go together. Not always, but I don't often exclude one when I have the other. And I almost always will have Initiative. Yeah. It'll be Initiative over Monarch almost every time. It's just so good. It's so good. Monarch is the most powerful mechanic ever printed into cPDH, I would say. Oh, being over 2 power. Well, Vicious Battle Rager isn't. Vicious Battle Rager is 1 power. Underdark Explorer is 5. But Underdark, like, initiative cards are just so good. Like, the reason, like, we're not even playing, we're not playing Trailblazer's Torch, and that might be wrong. Like, it probably is wrong. Trailblazer's Torch is it's so perfectly fine. And in fact, Trailblazer's Torch, you can kind of look at it not as an equipment. It's a 4 mana, gain the initiative on like a rock. It's like a Mephitic Draught for initiative. And you can just sacrifice it. Yeah, I've been excluding Trailblazer's Torch for way too long. The card is so good. It's going to add another card to our deck. We have 10 cards to cut, which is a lot. We could... So let's do O-Tag, removal, O creature, type instant, MV equals 1. We could play Death Rattle. Although Death Rattle, like, I'm looking for 1 mana removal for combo. That's my main concern. Is I want cards that can easily deal with combo stuff. So Echoing Decay would be one of them. Should definitely be in here. You know, I was actually just thinking Mirrodin Avenged and You're Already Dead is actually pretty sweet with all of our, like, 1/1 blockers, right? That's kind of funny. What do y'all think about that? These ones have just a lot of bodies in play. Line up a 1/1 blocker and then Mirrodin Avenged it at end step. See if they blink. It's at least worth considering. Oh, Tragic Slip. 100%. Tragic Slip is fucking sweet. I love that card. Tragic Slip is not always going to tag the thing we need it to. Palace Sentinel sucks, but it is a Monarch card, which makes it good, and it does trigger our commander. So if you ever play You're Already Dead, then you have to play the Japanese version. Well, duh, right? Absolutely. I always forget how to say it. What does it change? No, I can't change the language on it. But yeah, you got to play the Japanese version, and you should probably call it by the Japanese name because it makes it so much cooler. Okay, so we took out the edicts except this one, which is good. Crawling Chorus is the worst of all the ones that we have here because it doesn't, the token doesn't block. So we could cut it. That could be cuttable. Damn, we're at 111. We went back up. Shit. Oh, Heliod's Pilgrim can probably go. Heliod's Pilgrim was there for our all that glitters, but I think that now that we're doing that, all it gets is it gets the impetus cards are really good. It gets Spectral Grasp as well, but outside of that, it's not picking up anything else we need. So Heliod's Pilgrim is out. I like Overseer. Nocturnal Feeder, good. Seems like we're going down on Blink. Maybe we take another look at Soul of Migration. Soul of Migration is really expensive. We only have 2 ways to flicker it. You know, and here, look, like Ephemerate and Pegasus Guardian. If they're killing our commander, right? So these don't give us triggers. Pegasus Guardian might just be good enough because it's, I don't know, it's also like kind of an expensive creature, right? 6 mana. It's an expensive flicker as well. Maybe we're not doing flicker. Ome wa mo shinderu. Ome wa mo shinderu. What do y'all think about flickers? If the thing that's making us do all this damage is our commander, and if that becomes something that somebody thinks is problematic, then they go to kill the commander, we flicker it, we don't get any triggers out of it. My instinct is to cut them. Ephemerate and Pegasus Guardian are both high value, and we can use them to go through the initiative. Let's cut Soul of Migration just as a start, because maybe we're getting a little lost in the sauce thinking about the flickers in general. Yeah, there's a lot of ETBs. That's the thing, and this is one of the pinches. Like, you kind of want these kinds of cards. You know, for flickering, you know, a Gary, flicker, you know, flicker a Gary, flicker a Vicious Battle Rager, flicker an Underdark Explorer. I mean, shit, even flickering like a Vampire Spawn is 9 damage to the table. You know, flicker Inspiring Overseer, I guess, helps you draw 2 cards with Ephemerate, which is good. Are we reasonably casting Pegasus Guardian ever? Maybe. Like Cloud Shift would be the other one that's a possibility. Cloud Shift is twice as expensive though. And doesn't have like another mode on it. And the mode on Pegasus Guardian is good. Right? If a permanent you controlled left the battlefield this turn, you get 1/1s that drain. I think the synergy is too good here. I'm going to keep both of these. I think they're important. Nihil Spellbomb, I think we need... Oh man, we are down to the marrow. Down to the absolute marrow. Nocturnal Feeder is... I mean, so it's interesting, like these ETB drain creatures. Some people would be like, why would you think of Nocturnal Feeder over Vampire Spawn? Well, Nocturnal Feeder doesn't do the damage right away, right? People attack us, we can block with it. It can attack, so that's good. So it technically translates to more damage than Vampire Spawn does. And it will die, right? Like, we will make this die. Yeah, it's better. Okay. Oh no, we can't cut Bloodseeker. These cards not only like work with our drain plan, like they drain when they ETB, but they drain everybody else when they just play the game. and they stop combos. These are staple, I think. I think we need to keep them. We could look at our ramp, you know, like we have Dark Ritual here. I do like Dark Ritual in this deck. We have a lot of card advantage to recover from it. Our land count is appropriate. Alex, you dirty dog. Trying to make me cut lands? Hell no. Inspiring Overseer is another one, but it's pretty good. Inspiring Overseer is sweet. Works great with cranial plating, which is secondary. It's definitely the best of all the ones we've had so far. Just one won't hurt. You say that. I think it will. I think it will hurt. But I don't know what to cut. We're at 9 more cards. Like, we can cut 2 removal spells. Like, we don't need a ton of removal in this deck. No, not Ichor Wellspring. We did add Night's Whisper. I didn't add Sign in Blood. Sign in Blood can be a little tough because we want to be able to extort, and it's 3 black, kind of, or 2 black and a white. It's not that big a deal, but... And I do see this as a mid-range deck, so I really value having a lot of card draw in it. Card draw means you hit your other cards, and hitting your other cards is good. We could cut Ornithopter, potentially. We could go down some ramp. White removal is kind of okay. I was putting Cut Short in because I think this is going to be instant speed and free, but it doesn't stop everything, right? Like, we're probably happier with just like any other black 2-mana thing. Yeah, let's do that. I think Ashes to Ashes is also cool, but it's not what we need. Vendetta, Tragic Slip, Defile. These are all pretty good. They're really good spells. Somebody mentioned Unmake earlier, and Unmake isn't actually a particularly good card. 3 mana, instant speed, kind of like a murder, right? We have so many white creatures to pitch to the plunders. Maybe Mycosynth. God, Mycosynth, Wellspring, and Mephitic Drought and Ichor Wellspring are like core to our draw package. Oh, we don't have Go for the Throat. Yeah, we need that card. Yeah, it's just one of the better removal spells. I don't know what we would cut, though. Oh, God. 8 cards to cut. Fuck. Yeah, Mycosynth is like cutting a land. In fact, actually, a lot of times I put Mycosynth under lands because I only keep hands that have 2 lands in them or more. And so if I have a Mycosynth Wellspring and 2 lands, then it's a 3-land hand, probably a 4-land hand at some point. So I do treat this as a land, similar as you would treat a swamp cycler. So maybe that's where we cut a land, is because we have Mycosynth Wellspring. I could see that. Now let's do that. I like Mycosynth more than I like a land. Okay, we're going to have to cut ramp. It's going to be Charcoal Diamond and Marble Diamond. I think Ornithopter is probably better than both of those. The question is Dark Ritual worth? I know I like Ashes to Ashes as well. It pains me. I mean, here's the question, Alex. Do you like Ashes to Ashes more than any of this? Because if you can sell me on it, I'm down. Maybe better than Spectral Grasp? I don't know. Spectral Grasp is so good. But it doesn't kill combo creatures. Spectral Grasp usually translates to target player's creature that's really big, never swings at you, and swings at everybody else instead. It's awesome. Ashes to Ashes says, goodbye to two things very decisively for a little bit more mana. Because we have both of these, and because we don't have Heliod's Pilgrim, maybe we just do... yeah, let's just do Ashes to Ashes instead. Or actually, we could just cut it and leave it out. 10 removal spells is low for a mid-range deck, but we have a lot of hate. There's a lot of stuff here that, like... There's a lot of stuff that stops other things here. We've got our Bloodseekers and our Citrus Priests. We've got these cards that can stop combo. We've got this that stops Voltron. We've got lots of stuff that hurts Voltron here as well. 3 games so far, and 2 for 1 is where you want to be. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Ashes to Ashes, sure. We'll put it in. And it just outright kills things. That's cool. 5 cards. Rough. I think it's going to be Crawling Chorus, because Crawling Chorus, the token can't block. Whereas all these other ones make tokens that can block at the very least or have a keyword. And Toxic isn't a useful keyword. Palace Sentinels is the worst of the Monarch cards by a lot, but it also triggers, so it's good. Spectral Grasp doesn't stop Dargo Ketis in the way that Ashes to Ashes does. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Although, yeah, I could probably take a couple, like a lot of hits off of a Dargo Ketis if it wasn't hitting me. I could probably do that, I think, in this deck. Because Dargo Ketis doesn't really have enough interaction to like consistently keep my extorters down. I mean, they eventually might be able to kill me, but I think it would take a long time, and they'd probably just lose the game in the meantime. You know, one tension here with Wispdrinker Vampire in playing like Ichor Wellspring, Mephitic Draught, and Mycosynth Wellspring is that these could just be creatures, but they don't draw as many cards, right? Like a Dusk Legion Zealot draws half as many cards, and you get a little bit of damage. But the thing is that we have 30 creatures that do damage, and some of them do a lot. So we don't need all of our creatures doing damage for them to be good. Creeping Bloodsucker is not always my favorite. This is usually where you find yourself cutting protection or recursion or some combination of things like that. Yeah, Tragic Slip needs to be paired with something that makes another thing die, and we don't have a commander that gives that to us. Like, we have effects that sacrifice creatures, but we don't... Yeah, okay, we can leave Tragic Slip behind. That's fine. Tragic Slip is a really good card when you're playing this package here, but drop both diamonds. Yep, we did that. Oh. 4 more cards. You know what we could always do? Let's playtest the deck. Let us playtest the deck. Let's see how it all feels, how it all comes together, and then we'll come back to the drawing board. So let's do that. Okay, here we are. Opening hand of 3 lands, a Nihil Spellbomb to play early, a fetch land or 2, no ramp, but I think this is functional. There's no things to trigger the vampire, but let's draw. Well, there's one. So let's go turn 1, Nihil Spellbomb. Let's zoom this out a little bit here. And then we'll go turn 2, Plains. I think in this case, maybe we cycle. Yeah, let's cycle this. Gloomfang. Let's get a swamp. Like that. And then we'll draw. That's a Battle Screech. Pretty damn good. Alright, we're about to get the boom here. See, I will say this feels a little bit slow without ramp. You know? Like, I'd like to be able to play this on turn 3. There's a reason we had all those rocks in there. But we'll play it out here. Cycle Eagle to the north. Get a plains. And we're going to want a black. We're going to want a creature. Oh, we've already played a land this turn. So let's just play the Mortuary Mire and put, which one do we want on top? Probably Eagles to the north on top. And then we're going to run out a Nested Shambler, I think. No, we could do Nested Shambler and Battle Screech in one turn. Yeah, 2-mana rocks are great, right? Like, I don't know that it's correct for us to cut them. That's my concern. Okay, so there it is. So we'll play our commander. And then we will pass the turn. And now we can start doing some cool things. 1 mana, Nested Shambler, trigger. 1, 2, 3, 4, Battle Screech. Which is going to make 2 bird tokens. And then we're going to... see, where are the bird tokens? White bird tokens. There's no bird tokens here. Okay. Let's just use spirits then, I guess. Okay. So we get 2 of these. Then we tap this, and we make 2 more. So that's a lot of damage. And then we untap. And we can go, first of all, well, actually this wouldn't be a terrible time to do the initiative, would it? We just don't have any, we can't cast this just yet. I don't think it's exactly the right time for us to do this. So we'll do Mephitic Draught and draw a card, another Plains. Kind of miserable. I'd put a rock over the Gloomfang Mauler. They cost the same, but with our 4-mana commander, the ceiling might be just higher on a regular rock. Yeah, so the idea would be here that that we would rather play slightly less lands and more rocks. The other thing that's nice about rocks is that they trigger extort. Lands don't. So, yeah, I could see that on Gloomfang Mauler. I think that's totally reasonable. This is an exile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we could probably like crack this to see what we get. That's totally fine. Oh, and we wouldn't want to play our land yet. Yeah. So then Sunlit Marsh, pass the turn. This does slay pretty hard. Like this is going to turn a lot of damage. I think at this point we probably blocked with this. So we're going to get a squirrel out of it. And then, yeah, draw for turn. It does a lot of damage. 3 mana for 16, no, what is it? 6 times 18 damage. Okay, so we're going to go here. And so for this to be on Gruesome Fate, Gruesome Fate has to have been cast because it's a black creature. Yeah, 12 damage already. This would be a third of everybody's life total. I think this is where we... I mean, we could just push damage with Eagles of the North. I kind of like that. Let's just play that. There we go. Attack. Draw. A lot of lands. We're drawing a bit too many lands here, but that's not because we have too many lands. We don't have too many lands. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for this thing. Go get a swamp, I guess. Get a swamp. Tap 3. Play Gruesome Fate. Pass the turn. Spinning Darkness something. And then we're going to untap. We're going to get 2 counters. Let's put it on the Eagles of the North, just to spread out our... This is turn 9. And we've dealt 8, 10, it's turn 9 and we're starting to get to where we're like gonna win the game, close the game out, right? This is gonna kill a player, absolutely. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8 creatures for this, so it's a lot of damage. Draw a card, Nocturnal Feeder. Okay, yep. So let's go back here. Let's do one more, and then we're gonna go back to the drawing board. It's interesting that we can't really do anything like creatures wise until we play the Wispdrinker Vampire. So like our early turns, we're not like running a ton of stuff out onto the board, right? Like I feel like I want to hold this. Okay, let's draw. 1 mana. Let's cycle this. And let's get Sunlit Marsh, I think. Because our mana is pretty complicated this game. Vendetta. I'm not going to play Tithe Drinker until I have the commander out. That's valid, Alex. It seems like we have a lot of top end already and more valuable ramp. Yeah, I agree. Draw. If we'd actually just gotten a Plains back there, then Ashnod's Altar would be playable right now. We don't have anything that Ashnod's Altar works with, though. And we don't even have our 4th land drop yet. Pray for a land? No land. Okay, this is a bit of a disaster. Tithe Drinker? Okay. So now we go this. Tap all this stuff to extort this thing. And then we hold up Vendetta something. Or. I don't know, that seems terrible. Let's yeah, this did not turn out, this particular thing here. Okay, let's get rid of the Gloomfang Mauler. So we're kind of going a little bit off of that reanimation concept. Let's get another mana rock back in here. We're also over 100 cards, so our ratios are a little off. That puts us at 43 mana sources and 30 actual lands. That's a little suspect. It's 32. TPI is 30 because it's full of cantrips and like all that. And this is actually a little bit less that way. We don't have Arkham's Astrolabe in here. We need that card. Yeah. Okay. I think Inspiring Overseer is going to go. And then we could cut like Costly Plunder and just play Sign in Blood. That's the worst of the plunder effects. Because maybe we just need in the early game. I mean, double black can be kind of hard. 10 removal. Okay, cool. Night Feeder and Vampire Spawn are also options, I suppose. Like, so, okay, here's another thing to think about. These 1 mana creatures, they're not turn 1 plays, are they? You play them after our commander comes out. I don't know if I like that as much. I think I could easily cut all of these cards. Like they look, well, Let's try moving these to the sideboard real quick. Down to 24 creatures. Okay, let's see how that works. That might not be the right thing to do, but let's see. We have like all of our extorters drain. Extort is kind of our game plan, so this is a great hand. You can see how these are just like ensure so much consistency. Draw, land into Tithe Drinker. And the reason we're going to do the Tithe Drinker early is because there's stuff to extort. So yeah, we'll do that. And then we'll pay 3 for a Marble Diamond. Oh, we could have gone Marble Diamond, actually. No, that's what we should have done. Yeah. No, we should have done this. I forgot that we had Marble Diamond. Yeah, so we do that. Okay, so turn 3 commander. That's what we were talking about before. Okay, this is great. We have a recommission for this. So what we'll do is go swamp into 1/2 Tithe Drinker, drain. So let's keep track of the damage up here. And we'll count it as if it's one opponent. So that's one trigger. And then we'll pay 1, 2, 3 to extort off of Ichor Wellspring. Trigger, draw a card. And actually that did 2, 3. So, oh yeah, so we counted at 90 or we counted at 30. Okay, so 1 for 30, got it. And then we untap, draw. With Prismatic Strands, we could easily play Palace Sentinels. Yeah, like the ramping into our commander is actually really important. Like our commander needs to be online for us to like want to play our spells. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana right now. So I think what we would do is go. I think what we would do here is go 1 mana, Corrupted Conviction, our Tithe Drinker, and I think we want to pay the Extort. Draining, draw 2, and then 1, 2, recommission the Tithe Drinker, comes back in with a +1/+1 counter, and then we could like extract a Confession right now, but I don't think we need to do that, so we'll just go Mycosynth like this, get ourselves a swamp, and then we'll pass the turn. Okay, swamp. And I think here what we do, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 mana. So we could go 1, 2, 3, 4 into Palace Sentinels. 1, 2, 3 into Ministrant of Obligation. So we got 1 from the recommission, 1 from the Palace Sentinels, 1 for the Ministrant of Obligation. Okay, so we've dealt 6. So we've dealt about 30. So 6 into 5, like 20. Okay, so it's a little slow, but that's fine. Oh, this is great. Fanatical Offering is busted here. 1, 2, 3. Fanatical. Oh, we drew a card from the Monarch. And we probably had to defend it. Yeah, so this probably died. And that would have made 2 spirits, which would have triggered twice. And now we're going to cast Fanatical Offering on Ichor Wellspring, which is going to extort for 1. Draw 1, 2, 3. Oh, wow. Triplicate Spirits is sick. That's so gross. And then we're also going to get a map token. Map. Yo, what is up with the token system right now? Is it broken? It's like doesn't have a lot of the doesn't have like a lot of the tokens that I'm looking for. Okay, like that, and then we'll go. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have to have 1 mana left over. 1, 2, 3 for Mephitic Draught. Draw a card, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for Triplicate Spirits. One, 2, 3, like that. Pass the turn, draw a card for Monarch, and we probably have to block with all of these spirits to keep it, or we could just let somebody else get it. Yeah, we let somebody else get it, and then we can just reclaim it when we want. Yeah, so we let somebody else get it. Next turn, draw. We are flooded. So much land. Prismatic Strands is probably what we do now. So we have 5 of these tokens. We can... Oh, we do have Dread Return. We don't really have anything in there that we like. Maybe Dread Return is weird. No, I think Dread Return is good. There's a number of good creatures in the deck. Let's go 1 mana, crack the map to explore. Put that into our hand. And let's say we have to edict something. So let's extract a confession using triplicate spirits. And then we can go to combat, take the monarch from somebody, and then pass the turn, draw, discard the plains. And then when somebody tries to get it back, we extort off the prismatic strands. Everybody loses 1. And now we're going to go to our turn. Troll of Khazad-dûm we can just cast at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, 1, 2. Play Cranial Plating. 1, 2. Equip to a spirit. And it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's going to be 6 power. And then we attack. And we're going to play this troll as well. Go to end step, draw for Monarch. This seems to have been a really functional game. The Mana Rock made a huge difference. Getting the Mana Rock out, like turn 3. That sort of suggests that we want even more Mana Rocks, but like Mana Rocks really start to compete with other things. Like Altar's not going to be good enough, I think, in this deck. So let's add another 2 mana rock. What did we cut before? We have Mind Stone. We could take Flywheel Racer. Flywheel Racer with less creatures in the deck is less consistent, though. I think Mind Stone is going to be where we want to be. Yeah, Mind Stone. Okay, let's try this again. 2 lands. Astrolabe is uncastable. I do hate that when this happens. It really hurts. Like, this is one of the reasons, I don't know. Sometimes this card pisses me off, but yeah. Here we are. It's fine. Sunlit Marsh, pass. Draw. I think we want to go like this. And we could actually get this out early because it just does damage anyways. So take this all the way back to 0. Okay, so 1. And then untap. 2, trigger. 1, 2. We still can't cast the Arkham's Astrolabe. Star Compass. Like this. Tapped. Command Tower. And then untap Plains. That's actually a great draw. This turns over. Shame we didn't have our commander in play, though. Play the commander. And pay the 1 for Arkham's Astrolabe. Draw a card. And then we'll pass. Sinkhole. Gary looks pretty bad right now. Kingpin's Pet. Drain. And we just have 2 mana, so we can't do anything else. I mean, we could cast this, but I kind of want to get the extort off of it. We're kind of running out of gas here, too. Righteous Aura, hold this up to prevent damage, I guess. Not that good, but we'll extort. Draw. Drawing Dead. I mean, sometimes this happens, right? You have mid-range decks, and you just don't always draw what you need. But we don't have very much going on here, admittedly. This is not looking like a whole lot. I wouldn't want to cast Gary right now. We kind of could. We could like cast Gary and then make it die and then dread return it. I actually kind of like that. Like that. Extort it. Gary. Cool. Drain 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Actually 6 because we extorted it. So 2 for the devotion, 3 for the power, 4 for the extort, and then, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 devotion, power, extort. It's actually 6 to everybody. It's a lot. Yeah. That's a big hit for sure. And then, you know, we can just like, you know, Righteous Aura some stuff. We're going to be trying to orchestrate this dying now with like a Deadly Dispute. Trailblazer's Torch is actually really good with Righteous Aura. I like that. So it's turn 8 though. It's a little bit shy of what I would be looking for here. Play that with the initiative now. And now people are going to come after us. So let's throw the Gary under the bus. Gary dies. Maybe somebody takes it. Then we have these creatures we can get it back with. They've all got evasion. So we draw at the beginning of the turn. Battle Screech. There we go. There we go. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and attack with the Kingpin's Pet. Get the initiative. And then we'll put 2 +1/+1 counters on the Kingpin's Pet. And then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 for Battle Screech. Birds, where are they? Jesus. No birds. Bird, oh, token. What? Oh, T token. Yeah. Okay, we need a white bird. Jesus. Making it hard for me, Moxfield. 1, 2, and then we tap it to flash it back for 2 more into our exile. That's going to be 4 triggers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're going to extort. So 5, and then we'll pay 1, 2, 3, 4 to dread return the Gary. And now we actually have a way to flash it back if we want to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I mean, so where we're at right now, turn 9, we've done 2/3 of the table's health. That's not assuming combat damage is involved. No combat damage involved. That's actually like, you know, average turn 9 format means games occasionally go to turn 12 or a little bit beyond, but turn 9, we have the initiative. At this point, it's probably really hard to deal with us. We could have also like sat back with, instead of using Dread Return, to hold up Righteous Aura. So now somebody attacks us. We could probably, oh, if they attack us, we can Dread Return. So they attack, we lose this, say we lose this as well. Yeah, at this point, they might not actually attack, knowing that Gary is there, right? So maybe it's more reasonable to assume that they wouldn't. They'd be like, okay, you can have the initiative because I can't let you do this. That's totally reasonable. So upkeep, we're going to probably trap somebody. So let's just say that's another 2 damage. No, it's a little bit, yeah, 2 is 6. 2 damage is 6 to the table, so 5 is approximately 2. Okay. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. And at this point, this is actually like a pretty scary part in the game for everybody else, because even though we don't have a lot of resources, we have this Righteous Aura, and we have the initiative, and we have ways to get it back. And we have this like threatening thing where if they attack us, we just Gary and everybody dies. Probably. And we're attacking in the air. So 4, 8, 10, which is like 3. 1, 2, 3. and then we like do a bunch of this with Righteous Aura, turn off combat. Upkeep, we're going to draw from the initiative and then draw for turn. And now everybody is dead. 1, 2, 3. Basilica Screecher is going to trigger Extort 1, trigger Vampire 1, and then just go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, double Extort, Defile, kill something, double Extort, and then yeah. And if it's not over yet, then what we do is we throw into the dead 3, and that would end the game. Putting into place a yeah. I mean, they're all good, but like Malakir Blood Priest is immediately triggering itself for 2 and 1 for Vampire. So yeah, we probably just put this into play and end the game. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. Turn 11. That's not outside the realm of possibility. It's kind of a reactive mid-range deck is the way I would look at this. Or it's like a passive. Okay, like little like terminology stuff here. I have been organizing my decks into proactive and reactive mid-range. And what I've realized is that reactive is like the opposite of proactive, but reactive also doesn't often describe some of my decks. So it's reactive, proactive, and passive. This is a passive deck, right? We're really sitting back. We're just kind of doing stuff. TPI is a passive, like mid-range deck. Rilsa Rail, proactive mid-range deck. So just a little bit on the terminology there. Okay, we have our two drop rock, some creatures. This is actually really heavy. This is a great start, right? Land. Ooh, Springleaf Drum. Sick. Okay, land. Do we want both? If I play this now, Springleaf Drum, then when we untap on turn 4, we have 6 mana. Yeah, it does trigger the... Yeah, it does. And welcome, Aaron. I haven't seen you in the chat before. Glad to have you here. The creature being put into play does trigger the throne because it's not a cast trigger, it's an ETB trigger. And it just says puts it onto the battlefield. So there we go. I think what we do is we put out the Springleaf Drum like this. And then turn 2, we're going to go Orzhov Signet. And we have 1 mana left. That's not useful. Okay. And then here we go. Tap, Wispdrinker Vampire. And then we could tap that for 1 to have 1 mana, but we don't have anything to do with it. So, and then we'll pass. And here we go land. We have 6 mana, which is not enough to do Gary and Malakir. But we kind of want to... Oh, why don't we do Malakir? But the power is 5, right? Oh. Put it onto the battlefield with 3+1/+1 counters on it. So no, it does not trigger. Yeah, that's interesting. In fact, there's no world where Throne of the Dead 3 could trigger the Wispdrinker unless it was Soul of Migration, putting the 1/1s into play. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, good point. And yeah, I've listened to the PDH pod and tried desperately to get more people to play the format with me. that's awesome. Good work, man. And you know, it's an incredible format. I honestly think it's one of the best formats of Magic I've ever played. I really enjoy watching Vintage Cube. It's a really fun format for me, but like I also find that sometimes the games are just like Paul Cheon, for example, today was playing a game where he just felt like his deck and the deck that the other person had were like in completely different formats because the other person had Time Walk, Time Warp, Mox Pearl, Mox Sapphire, you know, just going super broken, and his deck didn't have any power in it. So it feels a little imbalanced. This format is very, very balanced. And I think that's one of the reasons I love it so much. So I'm good work. You're doing the Lord's work out there, getting people into the format. So good on you. I think what we want to do here is potentially, like, we could play Monarch and then hold up Flicker. Or we could play Parasitic Impetus and then hold this up. Parasitic Impetus will help us hold the Monarch. Or we could just run out of Gary and then play the Monarch. I actually think that's better. So we'll tap all these, tap that, play Gary. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because of the power. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from Gary, 1 from Malakir Blood Priest, 2, 3, so 8. That's actually really sick. And by the way, I love the PDH pod. They rock. They're definitely such a great resource. So 8 damage so far. Kingpin's Pet's good. I like Kingpin's Pet. Let's do Kingpin's Pet, ETB Drain, and then tap Kingpin's Pet and all these to extort a Parasitic Impetus. Do another 1. Because what we're setting up for is getting the Monarch and then being able to block and flicker a creature. Okay, so now we go... yeah. Or I guess we could go like that. Gain the Monarch, drain for 1, pass the turn, draw a card. Somebody comes after us, we block. I think what we want to do is put this in the graveyard if they're attacking us. Turn 6 Monarch is not like crazy. There might be some greedy people out there looking for it, so we could like block here and here. Maybe they have like skeletons or something. So we block here. Oh, we have the flicker. Yeah, we block here and here. Say it's a skeleton token, like a gut player. We block here and here, tap the creature, or tap the Gary. Yep, and then we Pegasus Guardian comes back in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Devotion, 7 for that, so up to 18 damage. That's really gross. It's a lot of damage. And then we go to our... Oh, and then this would die. And then we go to our next turn. We have Thorn, which will trigger, but we kind of want Syndic first. So let's go 1 mana, cycle Eagles of the North. Plains. We don't have a lot of Swamp right now, so let's get a duel like this. Play the duel. And then 1, 2, 3, Extort. Another one, and then another one, because it's got the ETB off the Wispdrinker. Pass the turn, draw a card off Monarch. Erosium, I wonder if making comparisons to Vizkopa would be beneficial after making an initial 100 from the list for a different archetype. Yeah, so this is like a lot of Orzhov Extort decks are similar in how they win to a Vizkopa deck, but Vizkopa is a combo as opposed to a gradual sort of wearing down of the table. Vizkopa at a table is going to be a combo deck that everybody is going to prioritize highly as the target. You're going to attract a lot of hate. People are going to come after you. You've got lots of ways to handle it because you gain huge amounts of life, but you're operating like a combo deck. So this is like a mid-range Vizkopa, I suppose, because Vizkopa is also, you know, does the extort things. It has all the ways to get the creatures back. It plays a lot more mana rocks. This just doesn't attract as much attention, right? I think that's good game theory. Vizkopa is built to handle it, but so let's go next turn. Drawing a little bit dead here, but we're gonna go Goldmire Bridge, tap 5, Thorn of the Black Rose, trigger again. I think at this point, like if we don't get something next turn, we might actually activate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we're going to totally activate. Draw. Oh, hello. Somebody going to die today. We go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we don't have enough to use this and activate that. But we could, yeah, we could just crunch in like that. Pass the turn, draw a card for Monarch. Geez, so many lands. It's weird. It's like we were running a little skimpy on lands, but our draws have all been like pretty heavy on them. But that said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 creatures, double extort. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Harsh Sustenance, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 is 1, 2, and then 1, 2 for extort. Dawnbringer Cleric just came to mind. It's removal and advancement of the game plan, which is a mid-rangey nature. Yeah, Dawnbringer Cleric can be flickered as well. It can be recommissioned. Can be unearthed. Dawnbringer Cleric. What kind of enchantments are we worried about? Because really, Dawnbringer Cleric, like, it doesn't work great for combo, because combos are happening at instant speed. So we would have to have a flicker to use Dawnbringer Cleric to exile the flicker out of the graveyard. The enchantments is going to be, you know, a little bit of a tempo play on a Gretchen player. It could blow up a Street Urchin in Airness. Airness would be a total pain in the ass. Like Airness, if I would venture to guess that an Airness players can be a little bit trigger happy. Actually, Ankylosaur or Ankylosaur, however you want to say it, he's not. He's he understands the those dynamics really well. But sometimes I've noticed they can be a little bit trigger happy, and I think that they would just kill our stuff, right? Like never have anything up ever again. But yeah, backgrounds. I don't know that taking out backgrounds is really all that premium. That's my only concern, Erosium. Backgrounds are like killing a background feels like card disadvantage because it's in their command zone, right? Pestilence is a problem in this, you know, in this deck, kind of, I would say. I mean, in some ways, we just get to keep our commander, but the fact that we have we have a deck full of small creatures that die to Pestilence, and then we have a commander that doesn't, which means that the Pestilence sticks around, and the Pestilence is hard on us because we want Extorters in play, and we have some cheap creatures. So I guess we could play it for that, but we'd have to find a slot, you know. Okay, and then yeah, we're just like flooding out here a little bit, but I think like turn 10, we're getting the job done. Monarch, and then draw again for next turn. Okay, so 1, 2. Yeah, we would have won the game. I mean, because the thing about these extort creatures, and this is what's so cool about them, is that any spell that you cast is draining life. So I think like I really like them for that reason. Like it means that your draws are just like kind of better than everyone else's in a lot of ways, like because they can be anything. Generic draws are totally fine. They're just spells, right? Like this one, unearth the Malakir Blood Priest, you know, draw another card. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good. What we're seeing here, though, is that we definitely want our commander online right away. And if somebody wants to take us off our commander, we don't have a ton of ways to protect it. So the question is, are people going to be finding ways to try and kneecap us early? I don't think so. They shouldn't be. Terrible. Okay. Yep, this is good. So we'll just like put this to the bottom. Draw for turn. Sunlit Marsh. Untap. Snow-covered plains. Ornithopter. Tap here. Play our commander. Untap. 4, 5 mana. So we can go, if there's somebody doing something scary, we could extract a confession and then pay 3 to cast Ministrant of Obligation. Trigger. Okay. Untap. Ephemerate. Okay, that's pretty cool. I think at this point we just want to impetus something. Yeah. Impetus something and pass the turn. Maybe somebody else tries to go off and we snuff them out. Yeah, we're kind of light on gas here. Martial Impetus, somebody else's. I mean, I guess with these cards though, other people are doing the work for us, which is great. I don't hate that. Just keep in mind this deck has 20 draw spells, so I don't know exactly how we're not hitting them, but at least these are going to be doing some work. Probably don't have to cast either of these because we're not doing anything. Cast this with the Path of Ancestry because it's a vampire. Scry 1. Jeez. Bottom that. Let's say we have to kill something because somebody's comboing. Yeah, I mean, turn 10, this is not great. This was not a great run. We'll do one more of these, and then we're going to kind of see what conclusions we can draw about this. Mulligan, 2-mana rock, Gary's good, Goliath Paladin's good. Yeah, we'll keep this. Trailblazer's Torch, also good. Vault of Whispers. Oh, Marble Diamond. So we could go Marble Diamond into our commander. Like that. And then 4 mana. So the way I would do this is 1, 2, Mephitic Draught, draw a card, which is Cottage tapped, Felwar Stone. So just getting our mana underneath us. It's pretty good. And then now on turn 5, Ephemerating the Spawn is damaged. Yeah, we could have done that in the last one. That's true. And that's quite a bit of damage too. In fact, you can quantify it. A spawn entering the battlefield with Wispdrinker Vampire is 10% of the table's life total. If you ephemerate it, it's 20%. It's 1/5 of the life total of the table when you ephemerate a card like that. So flickers are pretty good here. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think what we want to do here is probably go... We need to be able to hold up strands after we gain the initiative. So we need to actually get one more land so that we can play Trailblazer's Torch into Prismatic Strands. So let's try and find that land. Arkham's Astrolabe, draw. Reckoner's Bargain will find us that land. So we'll go 1, 2, 3 for Nocturnal Feeder, trigger, drain everybody. So we've drained only 1 so far. And remember when I say 1, I'm going to 30 because all of this is symmetrical. So it's kind of like 3 out of 90 or 1 out of 30 is kind of how I'm seeing that. And then we pass... Oh, actually, we're going to do this right away because we want to draw the land if we can. So we're going to sack the Mephitic Draught and draw 4. Or draw 3. Excellent. There we go. Okay, now we're set up nicely. And this is just like a good mid-range kind of game right here. We're not draining exceptionally fast, but we will secure the initiative with the Prismatic Strands, and then we're going to Gary with these things out, and I think that's going to be really good. Initiative is also going to get us a land. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4 for 4 for Trailblazer's Torch. Yeah, this is one of those mid-range games that actually just becomes like, oh, I'm just riding the initiative to victory, right? Turn 6. If we get this, we're going to get a land. We'll have 4 mana. And then we could play Thorn. So maybe because we have flyers, what we do is we're going to let somebody else get the initiative this turn. So we're going to get a land. And then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Thorn. Assemble Exodia. Draw a card at end step. If somebody gets the initiative, that's fine. And the Monarch. And then we're going to play Command Tower. We're going to get it back, which is going to put a +1/+1 counter on our creatures. I think because this one is untapped. Actually, you know, we could do even better because we don't need to get the initiative just yet. We could play creatures first and then forge something up. That's the better way to do it. Like forging up a Goliath Paladin or forging up a Nocturnal Feeder is also fine too. Forging up our commander makes it more likely that people will kill it. It's not what we really want. Forging up Thorn of the Black Rose doesn't make sense because it has Death Touch. So I think what we want to do is forge up like an Underdark Explorer, right? So we'll go 1. Oh, but we can't play the Underdark Explorer unless we have the initiative. Okay, so we attack. We get the initiative. We forge up the... let's just forge up our commander. That's fine. And then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to play a Goliath Paladin to goad somebody, goad the biggest creature. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 mana left. We can hold up Prismatic Strands. Now we draw for Monarch, pass the turn, somebody comes after us, go 1, 2, 3. Oh, the Thorn triggered. Prismatic Strands, we hold it. Let's just say in the craziest scenario, we need to do it twice. So we'll do it twice like that. And then we're gonna untap. And now we're gonna go busted. Because now we're actually drawing a card off of the initiative at the beginning of our turn. We're at stage 4. And now we can... Oh, I wish we had a Mortuary Mire right now or a Witch's Cottage. Oh. All right, chat. You want to see something cool? You came here to see cool things, right? Okay, 1 mana, cycle, Troll of Khazad-dûm. Oh, we have Witch's Cottage in play. Okay. Well, the way this would have worked is you cycle this, find Witch's Cottage, play it, put this on top, and then play Underdark Explorer, and then you put this into play as a 9/8. Yeah. If that were just Mortuary Mire, we could do it. Okay, so let's instead go land, and this is turn 8. This is one of those games where like we haven't done a lot of like triggering of our commander because the rest of the deck, the 99 of the deck, is good. Yeah, Witch's Cottage is sweet. Yeah, that would have been sweet. But it's okay. We're gonna hit something else that's good off this. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So what if we hit Vicious Battle Rager and we get another land and we get a basic? Then we could actually do both of these. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Underdark Explorer doesn't trigger our commander again, but again, this is like just the good Orzhov part of our deck. Our 99 is carrying this game. And now we go top 10. Pegasus Guardian, Ministrant of Obligation, and Malakir Blood Priest. Malakir Blood Priest has actually got, we have a warrior in play, and we have a rogue, and we have a cleric. So this is exactly what we want. Alternatively, do we have a way to make a permanent leave the battlefield this turn? No. So Malakir Blood Priest, 1, 2, 3, make it big. Oop. And this is going to trigger once for Wispdrinker, and then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 for all the creature types, right? Cleric, warrior, rogue. So that's pretty sick. And then we will play the land because now we know that we're not going to get it. And we have 4 mana left. So my thought here would be to just hold up Generous Gift and maybe cycle Troll of Khazad-dûm if we feel like we need to do that. Although this is the stage of the game where you just cast it. And then we pass the turn, draw for Monarch, and then go ahead and Generous Gift something. They're not going to get the initiative back from us. We're too thick. So we're going to go Swamp, pick up a Swamp at upkeep, trigger. Okay. A little flooded on lands, but that's okay. We got stuff to do with it. Gary will probably end the game at this point because it's turn 9 and other people are hitting each other as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's going to be a lot. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we can't... Oh, we can. We're going to play Troll, and then we're going to play Gary. That's all of our mana. It's 11 mana. So Gary will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. and then 9 for the Wispdrinker Vampire. So 17. Oh my god. That's a massive, massive life point swing. Draw for turn. And then for Monarch, sorry. And then upkeep, we would probably buff up the Troll with Forge and then draw. Extract a Confession, very good right now. And actually we're going to cycle the Unearth because we don't need it. We just want, oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so turn 10. Turn 10 is what this looked like. We only killed one thing during the game, which is kind of what it looks like. When you play a deck that has 10 removal spells in it, you get like 1 or 2 of them in a game, which isn't my favorite. This is a mid-range deck, right? So this is like a little less, that's why reactive doesn't make sense as a title for it, even though it's a little slower in terms of mid-range decks, because it's really a passive mid-range deck. But it doesn't have like, it has permanent based tools to prevent people from like comboing off. But there's not a ton of stuff on the stack, which I think is fine. Okay, so our finest draws are without a doubt ones where we had removal, or sorry, ramp, I mean. Like undoubtedly. Which definitely makes me wonder about, like, you know, we have 10 removal pieces, 3 fogs. We have, so we're kind of low on interaction that hits our opponent's stuff. But I think what we're saying is that, like, we have tools to deal with their stuff. We have passive life gain. We have extorting that's keeping us alive, which is kind of a Vizkopa move, right? Extort decks are concerned about dying to combo and dying to Voltron damage. I think we have good tools to fight both of those. Defile might be better off as actually a as just a Doomblade. Yeah, being able to double spell does feel good. Yeah, I think it's Doomblade is what we want here. We really just like, and even Spinning Darkness is a really good card, but like we kind of just need to be like up on cards that stop people from comboing. This does, I guess. This kills Archaeomancers for free. This kills Kedis if you needed to. This does not kill Dargo, but we have tools for Dargo. Doomblade, Snuff Out, Go for the Throat, Ashes to Ashes. We have plenty. Ashes to Ashes is a good card, but I also think that we could probably just play some other 2-mana kill something, right? At instant speed. It does kill commanders at sorcery speed, but we kind of know when somebody's going to come after us, right? Like if we're not doing a whole lot, then they're probably not coming after us. If we are doing a lot, then they are going to come after us, and we know. It's so funny how everything that I said about this, well, this is something that happens in our presentations, right? We posit a certain way that the deck might go, and then when we actually build it, we realize, oh, we have to do something slightly different. Gruesome Fate seems good, but we do only have 24 creatures in the deck, which is a quarter of the cards in our deck. So it's actually like a fair bit, but and it works really well with Battle Screech. It works well with Triplicate Spirits. It works well with like a variety of things, but we don't have like a ton. It's not like a super creature rich deck anymore. It's more of just like an extort deck, where this is another extorter. Ish. Yeah, it does make me wonder, like, what other... Let's just look for something really quick here. Let's go change commander. Okay, so... Oh... Can you search... Wait. Oh, vampire? Can you search that way? Oh, vampire? Okay, so you can. Okay, so let's do ID less than or well, ID equals Orzhov. O gain, O lose, O each. Oh, but we can't look here. Because what we've done in the past was indulging patrician. And indulging patrician felt like it pushed damage a little faster than I wanted it to. So it like got scarier sooner. Cliffhaven Vampire is another one. Cliffhaven Vampire is the whenever you gain life, each opponent loses life. So this is another one that we could consider too. Like, I know we're like, this whole thing is about Wispdrinker Vampire, right? But this is it's the same stats, same flying, same mana cost. It's just that whenever you gain life, each opponent loses life, which does make the Soul's attendance really good. What do you think about this one, chat? Cliffhaven Vampire. Like, we always have to be able to look at these cards and say, is there something else that that's so comparable, but it enables us to lean into something a little bit different. So in fact, let's do this, okay? Wispdrinker. We're gonna go down the rabbit hole, okay? So let's go duplicate. We took Marauding Blightpriest out because it doesn't trigger the commander and because it needs other spells to happen for it to work. But in Wispdrinker Vampire, it would be very good. In Cliffhaven Vampire, it would be very good because Cliffhaven Vampire wants you to play all the Soul Sisters. And then when the Soul Sisters gain you life, you drain life. Cliffhaven Vampire is a 4-mana Dina Soul Steeper. So let's do Cliffhaven. Cliffhaven Vampire. Mid-range. Yep. Include card tags. Okay. Like this. And let's go whenever you gain. So Cliffhaven. It's funny because this card's been around for a long time. One of the things I like about Cliffhaven Vampire is that like when Wispdrinker comes in, it does nothing. Nothing happens. When Cliffhaven comes in, if you have a Soul Sister, it immediately drains because they trigger is seen by the Cliffhaven and then it goes right away. Right? So in this deck we would want a Soul Warden, Soul's Attendant, Lunarch Veteran, O gain, O whenever, O enter type creature. Yeah, something like that. So like Anointer Priest for tokens. And then let's do O life because gaining energy is not what we want. Impassioned Orator would work. And then actually Colostria Healer would be solid because it would enter, it would see. Yeah, so you could play Colostria Healer, play the commander, and you'd get 2 triggers out of that. It's whenever another ally. So and it's a vampire ally. As a generic deck, Cliffhaven seems better extort commander. This is also nice here. Whenever a Core Celebrant or another creature enters the battlefield you control, you gain 1 life. So it gains 1 right away, which would trigger the commander. This is where we would also do Death Greeter. Whenever a creature dies. And actually, let's go back here. Let's do not enter. Whenever creature, life. Celestial Unicorn is also a creature we kind of missed. Although this is one of those like mopey, massive creatures that just like never connects for damage, unfortunately. So I'm not a huge fan. Even though it's like, oh, we're gaining tons of life. It's not It's not fabulous. Epicure of Blood, Falconwrath Noble. Whenever we cast a black spell, we gain 1 life on a 0/4. The bad thing about Cliffhaven without the commander, gaining life doesn't do all that much. Well, so compare that to our current deck. Wispdrinker Vampire, if it's gone, we don't do anything either. In fact, we do more with Cliffhaven out of play than with Wispdrinker. Cliffhaven, if you're playing all the Soul Sisters, then you're still gaining life, right? And the cool thing, it's the ordering of it though. Like with all these cheap creatures that we had in Wispdrinker, we couldn't play them until Wispdrinker was in play. But in this deck, we can play all of the ETB creatures, like Impassioned Orador, and then when our commander comes in, we actually get a bunch of drain triggers right away. It's like a build your own Gary in Orzhov. Ooh. I might be kind of selling myself on this a bit. Whenever an artifact comes into play, you may gain 1 life. That could be a lot. Let's put that in. This one here. Nadir's Nightblade, whenever a token leaves the battlefield. I don't think we need that. Whenever you gain life. So whenever it becomes untapped, that's not going to be good because you can't, hard to tap this creature. It's blocks. Okay, so this one makes everybody lose life. No, we want things that do this over and over again. Okay. Ragged Recluse is actually, that's discard, never mind. Whenever it becomes tapped, gain 1 life, scry 1. Seeker of the Way is a great card. This one here has to be like blocking and regenerating. It's not amazing. Soul's Attendant. Student of Ojutai. Yeah, great card. Great card. Whenever it becomes tapped, gain 1 life. So this one is kind of like, oh, this is cool. Vampire Envoy. Not only is it an ally, which does work with the Colostria healer, but this one says whenever it attacks, you gain 1 life, and your commander says everybody loses 1 life. So this becomes a build your own. Oh, actually, the same would go for the Servant of Timuret, because it's inspired. So this is just when you untap, but then this is like a build your own Night Market Lookout, which is a really good card. This is a really, really good card. Okay. So we've got a bunch of gain. Let's just see how this feels. I think the removal stays the same. The ramp. So the ramp isn't as important in Cliffhaven Vampire. The ramp is not as important in Cliffhaven Vampire because we just fill our board with all these things that drain. And then when our commander comes in, it drains a bunch, right? Aaron, you asked kind of on theme, but has the Tithing Blade showed any play in the cPDH world? Yes, it is very close to staple black. The reason being is that it's a very cheap, it's 2 mana to get 3 cards from your opponent, but you, on the whole, you actually get 4 cards because you actually get an artifact that sits around and then you can Deadly Dispute it, right? Or like Costly Plunder, or Fanatical Offering, Mephitic Draught, even Rowan's Grim Search. There's a lot of things to do with it, so it's very good. It's better than Fleshbag Marauder and all those as well, except that those ones you can reuse, so they're also still good. Like a very common play pattern is to play an Edict and then play a Mortuary Mire or Witch's Cottage and put it back on top. And that's like how you attrition the board in black. Yeah, Cliffhaven plus the Soul Sisters. Oh! Erosium. Okay, so if you have... So, okay, check this out. If you have a Soul Sister or a Soul's Attendant in play, the best ones, right? And you have Cliffhaven, you have a Suture Priest. Whoa. That's really interesting to me. Oh, what's up, Matt? Good to see you, bud. And Alex, you said pillage and plunder, please? Pillage and plunder. Is pillage a term? Plunder? Plunder is what I've been using for the terminology for here. Okay, let's get Wispdrinker out of here. I just want to, this is going to make the stream go longer, but that's fine. We need to explore this because this is really interesting. So we've got these creatures here that just have that have just triggers of gaining life. And we could actually go O whenever, O gain, O life, and just see what else comes up. Oh my god. Yeah, this is good too. Oh, Basilica Stalker. Whenever you deal combat damage, you gain 1, surveil 1. Not that great. Oh, God Pharaoh's Faithful. That card's going to be good. Every time you cast a black spell, you gain 1 life. Oh my god. Whenever this or another ally enters the battlefield under your control, you may gain life equal to the number of allies you control. So that would gain you 2. So actually it would gain 1 when it first came in, and then it would gain 2, which is drain 2. Pillage and Plunder is something I like to say when I use a Plunder effect. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Ondu Cleric is kind of cool, but it's just an ETB. It's not like repeat. And the repeat stuff is really good. Oh, and this actually works with these. Oh, we would totally play this. Yeah. To take 3% of the table's life total every time. This works with gain lands too. This is rather compelling. Oh, Life Staff? Totally. Actually, Trespasser's Curse is busted. Oh my god, drain everybody forever. So this turns Trespasser's Curse into hitting everybody, right? You put Trespasser's Curse on the combo player. Oh, that's sick. You do this here, plus, or on any player, right? You put this on any player. With the Cliffhaven Vampire, every time that player plays a creature, everybody's going to lose 1 and they'll lose 2. Yeah, we definitely want Trespasser's Curse. This is also Devotion for Gary, which is not nothing. Okay. I'm finding this to be really compelling. So let's just rewind a second here and talk about why the pivot. So let's go up here in progress, and we're going to go to the Wispdrinker Vampire. Okay. So what this says is that you want to have Wispdrinker out first before you really do anything. And to get it out first and fast, we have to play Mana Rocks. And the Mana Rocks are what is crimping our ability to fit everything else we want in. And what we're finding is in the games, if we play out Wispdrinker and somebody, I don't know, just somebody wants to disrupt us, if they take Wispdrinker out of play, we actually like we're kind of like waiting on the Wispdrinker to come in. Once it does, then we can play our cards. Whereas like, whereas this, where is it? The Cliffhaven Vampire, where the Cliffhaven Vampire says play out all your cards, and then when this comes down, every time you gain life, you're gonna get a Gary effect, right? If you have like a couple of like God Pharaoh's Faithful is going to drain. I much prefer, because it's 4 mana, like waiting till turn 4 to do things is not good, right? This doesn't ask you to do things. It doesn't prevent you from doing things until turn 4. It actively wants you to. You want to get your Leonin Elder, your Death Greeter, your Lunarch Veteran, your Soul Warden, your Soul's Attendant, Impassioned Orator. You want to get them in play. And I don't think this deck needs to run ramp. You just run more draw so that you hit your land drops. Wouldn't this be funny if we just spent 3 hours only to find that we preferred a different commander? Soul Mender. Let's see if Soul Mender. Well, does anybody know what the code for tap is? Like, tap? Like, how do you look for the tap symbol? For Battle Screech to be just as good in Cliffhaven as it is in Wispdrinker, you need a Soul Sister, but Extort is naturally better in Cliffhaven. Maybe it's a question of which you want to lean into. Well, I prefer, like, I don't really love token stuff, to be honest. Like, token stuff is kind of weird because the creatures are really low value. Right, you can't do much with them. They're mainly there to block. So maybe if you just search tap and gain. How do you search for a tap ability, a tap activated ability? Okay, we also get to play lands. So let's just do, while somebody figures that out, we'll do land gain. And see, oh boy. We get Forest Plains, no. Glimmerland could. Don't want to play too many colorless lands, but Swamp, Mountain, Island, Obscura. That's the one we want. Radiant Fountain. Scoured Barrens, we would play that too. And Seraph Sex. Okay, yeah. We could play Glimmer Post too. Yeah, so you need... Well, so, and we have to remember too, Battle Screech is just a good card, right? Battle Screech is just a good card. And the other thing is, like, so they can, to turn off our draining, they can kill Cliffhaven Vampire, but that's the same as in, or they can try to. It's kind of hard to kill, but it's the same as in Wispdrinker. Wispdrinker, either one, they can turn off the life drain, but OT. Ah, sick. Nice, Erosium. Thank you. All right. Oh, man. Altar of the Pantheon is a card I really, 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 really wish was worded differently. If you control a god, demigod, or legendary enchantment, you gain 1 life, and the devotion is increased by 1. This would be such a cool card. Such a cool card if it didn't have some stupid restriction on it. I think a mana rock like this that didn't even have the devotion, that just said 3 mana, make a mana of any color, gain a life. Like a better version of Pristine Talisman would have been perfectly reasonable. Okay. Oh, Campfire. I actually kind of like Campfire. Yeah, nice job, Erosium. Thank you. And then we get to actually play Candy Trail and Lembas. That's pretty cool. And Golden Egg is actually not a bad draw card either. But you don't... All of these require that you would sacrifice it to drain. That's fine. Lembas. Hierophant's Chalice. Just comes in and drains the table for 2. Target opponents. That's actually not that good. Yeah, Campfire is a vibe. Marble Chalice. Man, Marble Chalice is like such a bad card, but look at it here. I mean, every turn hit for 3, which is like 3%. So how many turns would it have to be out in play for it to be good? If it sat in play for 4 turns, it would deal 12, about 15% of people's life total if it came out on turn, if it had 4 turns of activations. What about Luxor River Shrine? So this is like better than Campfire. No, Campfire is cheap. Campfire is 1 mana. Yeah, it's a slow Vizkopa with less volatility. That's a really good way to put it. And it draws a lot less attention, which I think is like, that's a matter of preference. Oh, look at this. Mine Worker. Oh, he's so cute. He gains 1 life every time you tap him. Navigator's Compass. Orzhov Relic is a good one, actually. Although I think like the thing I'm seeing here is that I kind of want to cut my ramp. I'll keep Pristine Talisman because it's gaining life every turn. You could play Potion of Healing. Soulmender is not too janky. Ha! You can do it with this one too. It's kind of janky. I don't know. Chat, tell me if I'm lost in the sauce here, but I don't think I am. Maybe. Oh, interesting. This is another one. On your turn before you attack, you may tap it to gain 1. Gain 1 life. Activate only during your turn before attackers are declared. Weird Portals card. I mean, it's basically a Soul Mender. So, okay. Nice thing about Pristine Talisman too is that the life gain is not on the stack. It's not a stack ability because it's a mana ability. So it just happens. Everybody just loses 1 right away. Okay, so let's a little lost, I think. 1 mana gets you a Soul Warden, which gains a truckload more life. Oh, I see what you're saying. Right, but we are definitely playing those cards, whereas these are like more cards that we're considering. Radiant Fountain, definitely. Our commander is a Vampire Warrior ally, so something like this Seraph Sanctuary. Do we have any angels in here? We don't, but the other one, what's Answered Prayers? Does this exile? No, it just becomes. So it doesn't enter. But every time a creature enters, you gain 1 life. So this will happen only once. This will only happen once a turn, right? But it's also not something that they're going to easily kill unless they kill it while it's a creature. This is kind of like a Soul Warden. Tell me what you guys think of Answered Prayer. I might be on the fence here with that card. But I really like how this Trespasser's Curse, we get more stacks. And it's really good. That's really, really sick. Like if we have a Bloodseeker, a Soul's Attendant, and our commander in play, good luck flickering. And if they can't flicker combo, and they can't kill us because of Soul Warden, then like I think we're winning, right? I think Seraph Sanctuary is an untapped colorless land, so it's basically the same thing as a Radiant Fountain, which actually is still fine. It's not the amount of life we gain, it's the fact that we do. So lands, Obscura Storefront is fine. Cabrera Crossroads, fine. Glimmer Post, fine. Okay, and then we need to take out a bunch of stuff, which means that Defile is no longer... Okay, good, we don't have Defile anymore. And then we can cut some stuff. I think we play Epicure of Blood now, right? Because we're not gated on that Marauding Blight Priest. We get rid of all these weird tokeny things. It's like Battle Screech can go. We don't need Battle Screech anymore. We don't need triplicate spirits anymore. I don't even think because we're not going to have a lot of artifacts, we don't need cranial plating anymore. We're still going to be pretty creature heavy, but we're not going to have the tokens anymore, so we could take Gruesome Fate out for now. This makes me want to play Tati for some reason, because you're a sick man. But actually, Tatiova is not affected by this very much, right? Tatiova's, tidal bore land. I mean, you know this, but just for everybody else, the tidal bore lines are not stopped by this, but the flicker, ghostly flicker. But like, look, Abdel is like a very real deck right now. It's a menace, and playing a deck like this that just like by existing makes them suffer, makes me happy, right? It is a zero-sum game wherein the Abdel player suffers and where I clap my hands gleefully. And it's even more interesting because, like, I don't know, when you get in a game with like an Airness or like a heavy control deck and an Abdel, they're kind of like locked in Mortal Kombat because everybody is like expecting the Airness player to hold up things to kill the Abdel player just like all the time, right? And in this deck, just by existing without using mana, sacrificing anything, we just make it very hard for them to function. Yeah, Abdel is very good, Alex. I think you'd probably be very good with it. Okiba Reckoner Raid Okiba Reckoner Raid is actually disgusting. This hits for 16 if we have our commander. So if we play this, we trigger, we drain everybody 2, and then we drain everybody for 2. Answered Prayers dodges sorcery speed removal and hits for 3 most turns. It can't be Wrath or either Breath Weapon or Sulphurous. It's surprisingly hard to remove. Played it in EDH. That would be the argument for it. That's a great argument. It's very well said. Oh, we're going to cut Nocturnal Feeder. Although, actually, well, we really want the ETBs more than anything else. So, like, Vampire Spawn still drains the table for 3. Right? So this is the interesting thing is some of these cards, they're still good in this deck, right? Like Vampire Spawn comes in, drains everybody for 2, and then you gain the life and you drain for 3 total. And in fact, that actually makes me wonder about other O gain. I wish there was an O tag for drain, right? O gain, O lose, O each. I just see what that comes up with. Oh, you can play Blood Tithe. This hits for 4. This is like a small Gary. That's very strong. Cauldron Familiar is actually very efficient here. Ooh. We have a lot of food. Lembas, Golden Egg, Candy Trail, Looping Familiar, because when this enters, just by doing what it does with our commander, it's going to drain for 2, which is 6 to the table. All right, let's throw it in there. Yeah, it is kind of like FAMS. You have more redundancy in Blight Priest and Epicure, which makes it less reliant on the commander than Vizkopa. Yeah, exactly. So like the Blight Priest and the Epicure make it less reliant on its commander, and those effects stack up with the commander, which is great. And the main thing here is that the play patterns are what I'm noticing. When we were testing out the Wispdrinker, we were gated around what we could do if we didn't have mana rocks and like things to draw cards with. So it kind of felt like we were starting the game on either turn 4 or turn 5. And that is a little too slow, I think. A little too slow. So maybe Wispdrinker Vampire needs to be like more proactive. Like more rocks. You'd have to play more rocks, right? Which at that point, then it's like, if you play more rocks, then are you just like a bad Vizkopa deck that relies on ETBs? This is different. We can do all sorts of stuff beforehand that sets us up for our commander. True, but Vizkopa kills instantly, which is really funny to me. You know, yeah, Vizkopa is great, obviously. Yeah, I'm no dig on Vizkopa. I'm just saying, like, oh man, see, look at this too. Etched Familiar, these cards that we couldn't play in the previous deck. When they die and the commander is in play, you drain the table for 10% of the life table. Imagine this card, just by resolving, deals 10% of everybody's life total. If it never attacks. That seems gasoline. It's like the worst parts of Vizkopa with none of the nuclear power. Yeah. I dare say you are correct on that. And then like Nocturnal Feeder are actually still good. Putrid Warrior. Each player gains... Oh, that's stupid. Scholar of Atheros is potentially a lot of triggers. Knight. Tithing Blade. This is one of those decks where like all we need to do is not die to combo and we're going to win the game probably. So Servant of Timuret is interesting. I don't think we want that. This is a cool card, but it is weird. It's when it's untapped. So you kind of, and regenerating taps it. So you can like block, regenerate, it's tapped, it untaps, and then you extort. So it's kind of like a 3-mana extort. This is actually strictly worse. This is strictly worse than Scholar of Atheros. You just get to do this. Although I guess it's you can regenerate, which is cool. But okay. We are deep in the tank. 3 hours in. Nobody's going to watch this video, guys. Nobody. But that's okay. This is for you all who are still here. We're still here and enjoying the content right now. Because I think we're onto something kind of interesting. And I think I dare say I prefer it. Like Colostria Healer drains for 1 when it comes in. Our commander comes in, we drain for 1 again, and then we drain again. So this is really good. We don't need Ornithopter anymore. Sideboard that. And actually, let's just considering all of these. I don't think we need Mana Rocks in this deck. I think we just play like a fair number of lands. Yeah. Requested 4 hours. Here we are. Yeah, you're damn right. I think we can leave Dark Ritual out. Alex, I gotta give the people what they want. We haven't done a 4-hour marathon in a long time, but we're kind of headed there. Blood Tithe is going to be sweet in this deck. Oh, fuck yeah. I love Blood Tithe. This card is so sick. If you play this with the commander out, you gain 12 and you deal 12. It's like 15% of the life total of the table, just like in one card. It's very good. Okay, and then we still have all this stuff here. Malakir Blood Priest. Oh, it's a warrior. So Blood Priest is still very good. In fact, it's probably better because we actually have more rogues in the deck. Don't we? We have 2 rogues in the deck. So it's the same, basically. We have a warrior and this is a cleric. So we have a lot of clerics in the deck too. Okay, so we're at 115 cards. We need to cut cards. I think Pristine Talisman is fine, but it's also like we're not ramping. That's like the reason that I want to build this is I don't want to have to ramp. I just want to like eventually, hit this on turn 4. We're gaining a ton of life and then we're draining. Remember to leave a like if you're still here. That's right, everyone. If you like this content, please do like, throw a little comment for the algorithm. Help the wheels keep turning. Okay, Path of Ancestry. So we do have a lot of vampires. That works. Seraph Sanctuary. This does make our mana kind of weird, I admit. I don't think we need Eagles of the North. I almost never cut these, so I'm going to leave it in, actually. It can do things. It's not, like, super impressive. So like 37... Harsh Sustenance. See, the weirdest thing, guys, is because we're not playing all these ramp cards, we're actually up to 38 creatures. And we're going to have to cut 12 cards, but, like, our Harsh Sustenance just got better. And in fact, harsh sustenance triggers our commander. What are some O tag, O damage, O tag, O tag removal, O damage, and then O gain? There's a couple of cards like Moment's Craving. Yo, what's up, Derpy Panda? Good to see you, bud. Thanks for joining us. 3 and 3. Wonder if there's any cheap cards that do damage and gain us life. This is 2 mana, 3 damage to target tapped creature, gain 2 life. Attacking or blocking is a terrible bit of text. I do not like it. There's like these Soren's Thirst, Farika's Cure type things. But they only deal 2 damage. And that's pretty bad. Yeah, we're not playing any of those. No, thank you. Oh, this makes Parasitic Impetus good too. Impetus becomes a drain card now as well. Gross. And then we keep Extract a Confession. We play all these. Potion of Healing can trigger our commander. It can draw us a card. It can be sack fodder for these other things. But I don't know. I don't think Candy Trail is going to make the cut. Problem with Candy Trail being is that if you play it and then you sacrifice it to something else, you don't draw the card. So this would be one where we would... Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. So we can cut... This can go into sideboard. Lembas is good, though. Lembas, you scry one and draw a card regardless. And then you can gain more life if you want to, which is good. So Potion of Healing, I think, can go to the sideboard. Campfire. Yeah, we've got Astrolabe. Okay, now we can cut some of the Monarch stuff, too. Like, we can cut Palace Sentinels, which is, like, really, really bad. Palace Sentinels is a bad card, unfortunately. Monarch is good, so sometimes we play it, but it's like, I don't know. Thorn is so much better. Trailblazer's Torch is still good because we have Plunder effects. Yeah, Lembas is amazing. This is a very good card. 60 card and otherwise. Staunch Throne Guard is good. Yeah, Staunch Throne Guard is good. Which is very thick. So thick and so juicy. Vampire Envoy doesn't do a whole lot, actually. So this needs to attack 3. If it attacks 3 times, it deals 12 damage to the table. Anything more than that, and it's really good. It's also an ally, so that actually does trigger our Colostria healer. So it has like, it's like upside, and it's 4 toughness flying, so it's not likely to die. Vampire Noble, probably good. Okay, Flickering. Flickering is not as good anymore, is it? Actually, it's still pretty good. Flickering like a Malakir Blood Priest or an Okiba Reckoner Raid or... let's cut the Cauldron Familiar. I don't think that's going to be good enough. Flickering a Vampire Spawn. Nameless Inversion? Tell me, Derpy, why Nameless Inversion? I can't think of why we would want that. And then Campfire. Okay. I know Campfire is cool, but like... I also have to say that like paying 2 to gain 2, it doesn't matter how much we gain, we just have to gain it. And the fact that we have to pay mana for it would makes me not really want it as much. And the activated ability to like exile it and put the commanders back into our hand is like, it's like whatever. And like this is so much worse than like any of these cards. Dude, holy crap. Leonin Elder. Okay, guys. This is Orzhov stacks. That's what this is. Leonin Elder, if this is in play and a Malcolm player tries to go infinite, they die. They die very quickly, in fact. So if they're drawing cards, so they can't make infinite mana. They can only make so much mana as they have life for, and they don't gain life. Ooh, Death Greeter. Also, Death Greeter works with any of the persist lines. Oh, that's so interesting. Damn, we have a lot of ways to lock down the board. Soul Warden, Soul's Attendant, Leonin Elder, Death Greeter even, with our commander in play. All work that way. That's really cool. That's really, really cool. Damn, this deck is sweet. this you know, I'm sure the pals and you know everybody else. I know there was some. Actually, shout out to Noyark, one of our first patron. Noyark was talking to me about this commander back then. He was pretty ahead of the curve, actually. This is super techy against combo. Yeah, super. So we would mainly just be looking to not die to aggro. We need Reaping the Graves. Yeah, we do. Because we have a lot of creatures. 36 creatures, guys. That's a lot. Yeah, Reaping the Graves is really good here, actually. Yeah, Reaping the Graves is going to draw us like 6 cards. Low-key. Okay, so then that means that our removal needs to be very much just combo and just commanders. Right? Or actually, mainly just commanders, because we have a lot of ways to stop combo players. Wait, is there something about lands? O land, O enter. Gain? Because there's something we could stop scouts with? Like whenever a land enters the battlefield, gain a life? No, there isn't. Dang. Yeah, sweepers do hurt us badly. It's not a good scene if the sweepers happen. But that's why we got these. And that's why we got some recursion. We can get our creatures back. It's okay. Leonin Elder. Soul's War. Oh, geez. These are crazy. Very stacksy. Righteous Aura for commanders. Yep, we've got it. We will need more protection because with combo stopped by our stacks pieces, they will only care about removing that piece. Yes. So if they can bounce it or lightning bolt it or something. So protection effects that we do have are Righteous Aura, Prismatic Strands and Safe Passage, and then these flickers to like keep them, protect them, keep them secret, keep them safe. Bloodseeker, Suture Priest, Soul's Attendant, Soul's Warden, Leonin Elder, and Death Greeter. Death Greeter turns off first day of class lines. It also turns off Ashnod's Altar lines. Oof. This deck would be complete misery. Complete and utter misery if you were playing TPI. This is the fucking nightmare right here. I'm telling you what. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Yeah. This is most foul. Soul Mender, Souls. Okay, just looking to see. You know, the other thing I was just thinking about is like flyers with lifelink or unblockable things with lifelink. So O tag, evasion, type creature, O, lifelink. Because, yeah, if you're just able to like hit people with a 1/1 flyer, then it triggers the commander, right? Like Vault Scourge. That's kind of cool. To Unveil Guide. +1/+1 or +1/0 and plus life. That's terrible. We only 1 mana stuff though. Healer's Hawk. Yeah, that's true. Sacred Cats could be good there. So there's really not a ton. There's just the Healer's Hawk and the other one. Dagger Dome Imp is fine. These cards are fine. Gloom Hunter is pretty cool. If you cast 2 instants and sorceries, you can have a 3-power flyer with lifelink. But I think they're really the best ones here are Vault Scourge and Healer's Hawk. I like those two. Those are really efficient. Those are really, really efficient. Like, if you play Cliffhaven Vampire and then swing, and then swing, and then swing, those are like all better than the Vampire Envoy. Except that the Vampire Envoy is still on curve. Turn 3 Vampire Envoy, turn 4 Cliffhaven Vampire, swing, get your trigger. Man, this is a zoo deck. There's so many creatures in here. But it feels right. It feels right. Doomscar Oracle. Whenever you cast your second spell this turn, I shouldn't be able to know what this card does, but I do. It's whenever you cast your second spell. Yeah. It's like a card that no deck plays. What are the likelihoods of us casting more than 1 spell? Oh, Coalition Honor Guard. That's fucked up. You know why that's fucked up too? Is because if we have these stacks pieces in play and somebody tries to flicker, normally Coalition Honor Guard would protect their flicker engine because Ghostly Flicker and Displace only hit your creatures. The guards don't draw the flicker, which means that other people trying to stop the flicker who are relying on removal have to kill the Coalition Honor Guard first to kill the thing that they're flickering, which is bad, right? But in this deck, if we have our commander and a Soul Warden and a Coalition Honor Guard, nobody's flickering. No flickering. Yeah, we want Coalition Honor Guard. Oh god, this is so cancer. This is so cancer. What about Standard Bearer? Why not? Why not? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, we found it. This is Orzhov Stacks, and I'm so into it. Now that we have these are protection. So now maybe we don't do flickering. Reaping the Graves is going to draw us like so many cards. It's going to be insane. Oh, and like Standard Bearer, you can get back with all of these things here. Jeez. I would like to have an Edict creature like Chain Devil in the deck as well, because like we have something that we can reuse with our recursion. And Chain Devil often does the trick, a non-token creature. Yeah. We could also, well, maybe it doesn't. No, it does. It does. It does. We're not playing Tithing Blade here either, because Tithing Blade is like, this is not a deck that's staxing people out with edicts by playing a lot of edicts. This deck is staxing people out in a different way, but I want to have a Chain Devil in here just because having a Chain Devil to reuse can be very, very good. And you can't reuse Extract a Confession. The reason Extract a Confession is here is because when people are Voltroning and they're worried about us, this will kill their commander. So this one is just like the best edict we have right now. 104, so we have 14 cards we have to cut. We could cut the Pegasus Guardian and the Ephemerate potentially. Ephemerate's very, very good in this deck. I hate to cut that. Student of Ojutai. Geez, we have so much drain in this deck. It's insane. Because every life gain creature becomes a drain creature. Oh, I'm so into this. Even Vault Scourge becomes a... Yikes. Yikes. Wait, how much black do we have in the deck? Is it enough for that? Oh my god, the God Pharaoh's Faithful. The God Pharaoh's Faithful is going to be good because we're actually black dominant now, which is great. I do like when black is my primary color because it makes my Witch's Cottage better. So that's cool. Extort is going to be a little bit harder when we have cards like Radiant Fountain and Seraph Sanctuary, but luckily we do have like Arkham's Astrolabe to filter into a color of mana, which is good. Our mana got like more awkward. It's a little slower. Our mana is slower because we have like Glimmer Post. No, that's not slower. But we did add Cabaret Crossroads, Obscura Storefront, Scoured Barrens. Screams in Gary. I know, this is like the most Gary deck ever. It's so fucking good. Look at all these black creatures and stuff. Oh, man. Okay, Fogs. Safe Passage has gotten better because we have like a gazillion creatures in our deck now. Okay. I don't know how to make 13 slots, though. I guess this is where we cut the campfire. Bye-bye. Leonin Elder occasionally is going to do fuck all. This is also a deck that could totally just play Sign in Blood instead of these plunder effects. We just have a lot of creatures though, so oh, look at this. Reckoner's Bargain is also drain. That's stupid. Like maybe the Monarch, like the initiative like helps us end the game, which is really good. Monarch is not so much that. Monarch is not really, I don't know, Monarch is good, but it becomes like a sub game that doesn't end the game as much, whereas like Initiative, Trap, Throne of the Dead 3. So maybe we take out the Monarch. If we take out the Monarch, then we might need to put some other stuff back in. Like, just like Sign in Blood. Okay, so our worst cards, what are they? What are our worst cards? God, we have a lot of thick blockers too. I really like this. Student of Ojutai, whenever we cast a non-creature, which is 25, 35, 41, 44. 44 cards in our deck, so 44% of our cards are non-creatures. At least keep Thorn. Yeah, we could cut Staunch Throne Guard. I'm going to keep all the initiative because I think it's good. I wonder about the plunder now. This might be an example of where we don't really have as much. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 things that we want to sacrifice. We also do just have like a lot of these dumb 1-drops, right? Vampire Spawn is so good, Alex. What are you talking about? Don't hurt his feelings. Don't Vampire Spawn, don't listen to his nasty words. You're a good boy. Yeah. Vampire Spawn, 3 mana, 10% of the table's life total. That's what it is. 10%. With 39 creatures in the deck, I think that the plunder effects are actually amazing. Because we might get to the point where we have isn't Staxy. But it ends the game. Helps end the game. And really, like, all of these drain creatures are helping us end the game. Like Vampire Spawn. You want the Hawk gone. And if you want the Hawk gone, then you want the Vault Scourge gone. Well, help me do the math on this then. If we play a turn 1 Vault Scourge, we hit 3 times before Cliffhaven Vampire enters play. So we do 3 damage. When it comes into play, we play Cliffhaven Vampire, attack on turn 4 for the 3rd time, and this time we hit another 3. Yo, what's up, Elgen? How you doing, dude? We are deep in the tank, my friend. Welcome to the stream. We started with Wispdrinker Vampire, and we spent about 3 hours on that, or 2.5 hours on that, and now we're on to Cliffhaven Vampire because it's kind of similar but different, and we're getting all excited about this. So welcome. Okay, so yeah, let's do the math on it. Vault Scourge turn 1 or Healer's Hawk turn 1. You swing on turn 2 for 1, turn 3 for 1, turn 4 you hit again with the Cliffhaven Vampire, and you've now hit for 6. A 1 mana card hitting for 6 damage. Next hit, it's 10 because it deals 4. 1 for the damage, 3 for the drain. 10, 14, 18. Because part of the thing is, like, if there's no sweepers at the table, these cards do not die. Nobody spends removal on this shit. Elgin says, haha, nice, just stopping to leave a comment and a like. Almost time to sleep. Awesome, dude. Well, I hope you sleep well. Thanks for the support. Appreciate it, dude. So I don't know, Erosium, what do you think of that math that I'm doing with this Healer's Hawk, Vault Scourge kind of, and frankly, it's also Vampire Envoy. Like that's kind of what these cards do, right? Is that they're like a pinger. It's really good if it drops turn 1, but turn 8 it's kind of bad. That is true. Turn 8 it is atrocious to play a Healer's Hawk. Yeah. And this is one of the things I've actually learned about like when I'm building these decks is that for a long time, for a while there, I was really into Changeling Outcast, Tormented Soul, Tormented Soul, Changeling Outcast, Dothy Horror, Dothy Slayer. And then when I did the math on it, I realized that you play a turn 1 Changeling Outcast. Turn 2, you swing, you get 1. Turn 3, you swing and you get 2. On turn 3, if you cast a Vampire spawn, it hits for 6, unblockably, and the creature can block, and you gain 2 life. So I've concluded that drain creatures far exceed creatures that need to swing in terms of damage, especially in black. Like when you think about what a Vampire spawn does, it is way better just on its own than a Firebrand Archer. Because a Firebrand Archer, you have to cast spells in it. It deals damage instead of life loss. It doesn't gain you life. It's a shit body. It's a 2/1. You can't block with it, really. Dies to everything. Vampire spawn doesn't even need to swing. Doesn't need to have any other spells. It's just good. Soul Warden on 1, Rock on 2, Cliffhaven on 3. We have a combo lock for most decks besides Gretchen. Yeah, there's really no way to stop Gretchen. Well, no, I mean, Gretchen, we do stop Gretchen with Honor Guard and Standard Bearer. And then we, honestly, like when it comes to the stack, we're not going to be the best deck for protecting these things. We can redeploy them. Other people will need to protect our pieces. And that's fine. They will know what they need to do, right? Person's comboing off and they go to Echoing Truth to Standard Bearer. We all know what that means. We all know what that means. So, yeah, like the Healer's Hawk. You know, like the Healer's Hawk is interesting because if you played Night Market Lookout instead, you would deal a lot more damage, right? Night Market Lookout comes down turn 1, swings turn 2. There's probably somebody open. Turn 3, you might not be able to swing, but turn 4 comes around and you swing. It's going to die. So you've dealt 1, 4, and then you swing again, and this time you're going to swing for 8. No, 7. 3 again because of the commander trigger, and then 1. No, 3, 6. So yeah, I mean, I think the Healer's Hawk can go. I kind of like the idea, but I think that you're right, Alex, that that these cards, if you top deck them later on, they're not going to feel great. You could always sacrifice them to just draw cards, right? Which is fine. But yeah. And the other thing, Erosium, I wanted to mention is that we don't have mana acceleration. I cut all of our rocks to make space for all this other juice, all of these other sick creatures. That is the price that we pay to have all this juice. Oh man, I got some amazing trance going on right now. This is good. Okay. 9 cuts. Okay. We got to make some cuts. It's not going to come out of draw spells. We need a lot of draw. And in fact, we're probably just a little bit low. I would love it. Yeah, Alex, you mentioned Wander in Death. That's just a great card in Orzhov. I really like it. Pretty fun that with Death Greeter, when you Dread Return, you get a lot of triggers. Does this only hit target player? Oh no, this is gain. Oh, wow. Anything that sacrifices creatures? Ooh, we do want Plunder. Because when Death Greeter is in play and we plunder things with our commander, the cost of the plunder is paid as a cost. So we pay as a cost, sacking the creature. That trigger just happens immediately. So they're going to lose the life. Yeah, we definitely want plunders. Survival Cache is a good one. Yeah. The question would be, though, is Survival Cache better than Rowan's Grim Search? Because now Rowan's Grim Search can only sacrifice artifacts, and we only have 11 of them. So no, it's not. Never mind. Is it better than Altar's Reap? Altar's Reap is 2 mana, sack a creature, draw 2. Survival Cache is 3 mana, draw 2. drain 6. Yeah, I like Survival Cache. Yeah, Survival Cache is great in these Extort decks because you're going to have the most life, probably. If you're Vizkopa, you got to be careful about Survival Cache because it's because you're the combo player, your life total is insulating you. Whereas in this deck, we're not like the primary problem at the table. So Survival Cache, we will have the most life. Whereas Vizkopa, you're going to get hit a lot, as you should be. Yeah, Survival Cache is good. Man, it'd be sweet if we had some way to like pay life to do something cool, wouldn't it? Because we're going to have a lot of it. By the way, I was realizing too that Epicure of Blood and Marauding Blight Priest become secondary commanders that pair with these effects. Man, the consistency of our stacksing is going to be supreme. It's going to be so sweet. I want to play this deck like right now. And you have 2 chances to extort. Yeah, that's true. That's actually a really good. Yeah, 2 casts. Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, Survival Cache is gas. Definitely like that. This is going to go into Drain as well because we're basically just going to have that engine on all the time. Harsh Sustenance is better than it was before. We need to cut cards though. The cards that die are pretty good. This is nasty. This is super nasty. Okay, like do the math on this. We have a Death Greeter in play, and we have a Nocturnal Feeder or an Etched Familiar, and we sacrifice the Nocturnal Familiar or the Nocturnal Feeder to a Deadly Dispute with our commander in play. Do the math. They lose 2 when it dies. We gain 1 from the Death Greeter because something was sacrificed, and that triggers again. Yeah, so it's just a build. Yeah, this is like a build your own vamp. Ugh, I like it. And dude, Trespasser's Curse is so fucked up in this deck. Dude. So, okay, so like think about this. If you put this on the Flicker player, you cannot put this on the Flicker player, can you? Because if you do, then everybody has to kill you. What's the game theory around that? Trespasser's Curse. Oh yeah, Final Payment's sweet. Final Payment is definitely sweet. But I don't just want to throw life around. I don't just want to, pay life for the sake of paying life. Because it's just a 2-mana kill anything, right? So, and at that point, I would actually rather do like Final Flourish or Candy Grapple, which are both really good cards. We also have 37 lands, which I think is important because we don't have any ramp. Everyone can try and kill you. Yeah, like what do? Like extend themselves into the board so that our Soul Warden, Soul's Attendant trigger? Or the Trespasser's Curse triggers? Ugh. Yeah, this is actually the closest I've seen to like stacks. Because if you get your commander out with like a Trespasser's Curse and like some sort of Soul Warden shit, like bodies are going to hit the floor. People are going to lose so much life. You imagine being TPI and playing against this deck? I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm a TPI player. What am I doing right now? I should turn the stream off. This is bad. This is very bad. Okay. Next thing's next. What do we need to cut to make 10 slots? Student of Ojutai is good. There's so many thick blockers in this deck too, like 2/4, 2/4, 1/4, 1/4. We just got like these big ass booties everywhere. Safe Passage seems like it's important because our board, like this deck is not happy with sweepers. Sweepers definitely hurt this deck. Cut the Chain Devil potentially. We don't necessarily need it, but I just think it's a good thing to have. Maybe we... Oh man, there's nothing I want to cut. I don't want to cut any of this. Dread Return maybe? Something's got to give. Maybe it's like the Nocturnal Feeder. Maybe it's the ones that when you die, right? Like when they die, they do that. Let's just for the, oh wait, no, Envoy is cool. Envoy is cool. Where's the Envoy? I just cut that Envoy and now I want it back. Come back. So wait, no, Envoy is the same thing as the birds, right? This is the same thing as the 1-drops that life gain. It's the same thing. We don't want this. Yeah, that's a fine cut. We don't have fodder for Dread Return. This is true, but remember, we're not playing Dread Return for the flashback. We can flash it back. If we're flashing it back, the game is ending. Right? If we're flashing this back to hit like to double up on the initiative, then we're gonna hit the Throne of the Dead 3. If we're, you know, flashing back for Gary, and really we sacrifice creatures so well that like having Gary in this deck to just like sacrifice it and then bring it back with one of these, you know, Reaping the Graves or Dread Return. The Wander in Death would actually be a pretty good card here. Maybe it's better than I don't know if it's better than any of these. It could be that we cut like Night's Whisper. I actually think that we could cut Trailblazer's Torch. I know that's going to be funny because I've been telling all y'all about how good these are. Ugh, I hate it. Never mind. Okay. Nocturnal Feeder, I think, can go. I know that these are largely considered to be the best of the ones, but I don't want the dice triggers. I want the ones that enter and do the thing. So sideboard. Core Celebrant triggers on itself, which is nice. Impassioned Orator gains 1 or 2 a turn, maybe. Yeah, I guess we could cut it. We are on Harsh Sustenance, yes. 7 cards short. What's like a bad card in here? Answered Prayers? This can go, right? If we read this as 3 mana, 3/3 flying that gains a life every time somebody plays a creature, it does fit our curve nicely. We go 3 mana or on 3 Answered Prayers, 4 Cliffhaven Vampire, attack and deal 6 total. That's actually pretty cool, right? Because you play the Cliffhaven Vampire, it triggers the Answered Prayers, you gain a life, everybody loses a life, and then you attack for 3. That's 6 damage. That's still not on par with a Vampire Spawn, which lands and hits for 9 and gains 3. Is that right? No, gains 2. Gains 2, hits for 9, 11-point swing. Answered Prayer, though, it does swing, and it does this every single time. So let's put it this way. If we have Answered Prayers in turn for 2 turns, and it came down before Cliffhaven Vampire, it will do 12 damage. 3 on the Enter the Battlefield effect off the Orador, 3 for the attack, so 6, and then we'll play another creature, so 3 more, and then 3 more on the attack is 12. That's 15% of the table's life total. If we get like a couple of conditions met, it's not a ton. So I mean, it's pretty good, and it doesn't die to sorcery stuff, so that's true. But maybe this is just like too weird. This thing itself does not like trigger Cliffhaven Vampire if it comes down after. If it comes down after, you have to play another creature into it. Okay, let's cut this one for now. And we have 6 more cards to cut. So one thing we could do is we could cut like Death Greeter and Leonin Elder just for the moment to get ourselves down to like a closer thing, and then we could actually just play the deck. Why don't we just try it? Let's see. We're going to be short on lands a little bit because we're playing more than 100 cards. 2 lands. Boy, if we don't hit our land drop, we're going to be sad. But Blight Priest on 3, and then these things. Now let's try it. Sunlit Marsh. And actually, we want the other one, Sinkhole. Snowfield Sinkhole is the best one because it's a snow land. Close, shuffle, and this goes into our hand. Draw for turn. Nope. Okay. Land. Land off the top. Land off the top is what we want. Okay. That didn't work. So 3 lands. Citra Priest. Chain Devil. Chain Devil might not be needed. This is definitely like a like to, not a need to. Let's try it. Oh, beautiful. 1 mana, and actually, let's go tap land first into 2 for Citra Priest, because that's going to deal the most damage. And then 1, 2. Just put this on the combo player. Oh, God. I think we hide it. Because if we play both of them, nobody will attack the combo player. That's the one problem with these cards. So let's do Tithe Drinker, tap land, and then draw. And then we'll go Arkham's Astrolabe. See, this already feels like I'm doing things in the early game that I wasn't able to do in Wispdrinker, which is much preferable. I don't like it when we have to wait a long time. Like a 4-mana commander that we can't function early on with is not good. Okay, so draw, and then we go, I think we go Fanatical Offering because we really need to hit our next land drop. Yeah, we're going to do that. And we can't extort, unfortunately. 1, 2. Not a land, unfortunately. But that's fine. Then we go 1, cycle Eagles to the north, V Plains. And we have to remember, too, we're at 106 cards because we're cowards and we haven't figured out how to cut down. So there we go. And then 1 for Soul's Attendant, Extorted. And then 1 for Spellbomb, I think. Yeah. Draw. So now, this is going to be sweet. Look at this. Cliffhaven Vampire enters. Immediately deals damage. Immediately. Soul's Attendant, Citra Priest, trigger. And we're good to go. And then we have Snuff Out up. So say we need to snuff out something. Turn 6. Ashes to Ashes. We need to Reckoner's Bargain the Spellbomb, which is fine because the combo players can't do shit anyways. Because now they're stuck under this as well as this. Yep. So pay the extra black, Reckoner's Bargain, gain a life, trigger this, draw 1, 2, 3. Okay, well, we would draw land if this was normal world. Corrupted Conviction on Tithe Drinker, 1, 2. Okay, yeah, fuck this. Yeah, if we weren't on 106 cards, we would draw into a land or something. But this is still very cool, right? Like, you can see how this links up. These two work together. This works on its own. This is so stacksy. It's very cool. Okay, so we'll go... Citra Priest is better than Lunarch Veteran. So we need to go Goldmire Bridge, tapped, untap, Bloodseeker. Citra Priest, pass. This is going to sack for a Plains. Close and shuffle. And then we're going to play Bloodseeker. And all of the TPI players concede. Well, we could actually go, yeah, we want to cast our commander, drain. And then, like this says nobody combos. And then we go 1, 2, 3, 4. And like Blood Tithe. Hit everybody for a bunch of damage, I guess. I don't know. We probably want to, like, develop actually. So we go 1 into this, 1, 2 into this, pass the turn, Vendetta something. Soul Warden. Okay, so the way this is functioning is that when we get a Soul Warden with a Cliffhaven Vampire, it's the same as a Bloodseeker, right? And it's the same as a Suture Priest. So like we do this, it enters the battlefield, it triggers, we drain life, and then we pass the turn, holding this up, cast Doomblade on something, and then Righteous Aura. Death Greeter. Turn 7, we have completely locked down the table. Although the table was locked down when 2 of these were in play. You add this and it's like too much, right? Blood Tithe, we go up to like 60 life. Oh, wow. 1, 2, Colostria Healer. Trigger, 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 drain 3, trigger. So drain 1, drain 2, drain 3, drain 4. Drain 1, drain 2, drain 3. This is way more, way more damage than the Wispdrinker. This makes Wispdrinker look silly. Each one of these is draining for 4. Crazy. I'm on 4 mana and I've completely like throttled the table here. We like block some damage, draw for turn, Prismatic Strands. Okay, it's not doing anything for us, but that's fine. And then we just pass the turn, probably take a bunch of damage. Got a bunch of black cards so we can Spinning Darkness something. Let's just say we have to. By the way, Spinning Darkness conveniently pays for, even though it eats our graveyard, it pays for Collect the Evidence on Extract a Confession, which is pretty cool. So, because it's 6 mana card. Okay, and then maybe we need to use our Prismatic Strands. I don't know. Vampire Spawn. Watch a Vampire Spawn turn into a Grey Merchant of Asphodel. Vampire Spawn. Trigger 1, 2, 3. 3 life. 4. Oh, is that how that works? Enters the battlefield, drains 2. You gain life, drain 3. Gain 4, 5, 6. Yep, so this is a drain 6. This is a Gary. Oh my god. And then you go Chain Devil, trigger, sacrifice this thing so we can get another ETB on the following turn. And then we go 1, 2, bring back the Lunarch Veteran, trigger, 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 trigger. Triggered this on, oh god, this even triggered when we sacrificed it. Fuck. Reckoner's Bargain. This is turn 14. Everyone's dead for sure. Yeah, these are really good. Did we cut the Impassioned Orator? I don't think we should. No, we didn't. Okay. Yeah, we definitely should not. Cut 6 cards. Ironically, we seem to be functioning perfectly fine without lots of mana. There's nothing here I really want to cut. I mean, we could... no. So like Leonin Elder and Death Greeter are kind of weird, but Leonin Elder is going to punish Mana Rocks. It's going to punish this. This is bad for TPI. Very bad for TPI. This is exceptional. We can't cut this. Death Greeter is the one that maybe looks the funkiest, but if somebody sweeps our board and we have our commander in play, everybody dies. If they sweep like 6 creatures, we drain everybody so hard. And everybody else's creatures die too. So we don't want to cut those, no. Okay, we can cut Chain Devil. But like, what else do we cut? No, we have more against Malcolm. We have lots against Malcolm. Honor Guard, Standard Bearer, Leonin Elder. Or no, those are the main ones. Those are the main ones. Leonin Elder, Standard Bearer, Coalition Honor Guard. Yeah. Yeah. So Malcolm is a... Oh, no, I mean, we also have Prismatic Strands, Righteous Aura. Those are also stacks pieces. Righteous Aura is a stacks piece. Against any pinger deck, we can Righteous Aura their pinger if it's dealing damage. And they've got like an Ophidian Eye on it or something. Just turn it off. And then the next turn they try to do it again and we turn it off. Boop. And then Prismatic Strands can do it once. Safe Passage can also do it. Although Safe Passage, I don't know how the math works on that, because Safe Passage only prevents us from dying that turn. Because it prevents all the damage dealt to us. But everybody else still takes the pings. So that means they're still making treasures and still drawing cards. I don't know how that works. We got to cut 5 cards though. And I don't know. I don't have the foggiest idea what we're supposed to cut. Maybe Harsh Sustenance, because we're already doing so much damage. But like, we only have 10 removal spells. It's like not very much. It's weird, a stacks deck that doesn't have removal in it. Would that stall the game? Well, you wouldn't die that turn. And then when the type changer went away, if it wasn't a runed stalactite, then when the type changer went away, they wouldn't have the loop anymore. But they would, if they had an Ophidian Eye, they'd be able to draw their whole deck. If they have a runed stalactite, they can make infinite mana and do infinite damage to everybody else, but we don't die. And then the next turn, unless it's a runed stalactite, if it's a runed stalactite, then yeah, it doesn't work. Well, but then they would have to, yeah, they'd have to, I mean, yeah, it's good. Yeah, I mean, these all work against combo. They're interesting lines though. They're really interesting, like how these combine. And every single time we've done a playtest hand, they all came together. Like Soul Warden plus this, you know, Leonin Elder plus this, Death Greeter plus this, you know, Bloodseeker, Suture Priest, Cliffhaven, and Soul Warden in play. It's like, holy shit. Gotta force these these combo decks to run sweepers, which they won't. Okay. I'm going to need to put some more time into this off stream. I think what we're going to do is wrap it up for now. I need to go spend some time with my partner. But wow, what a rabbit hole. I'm going to have to change the name to this to like Orzhov Rabbit Hole, because I think we've learned a lot. Just to like wrap things up sort of, we started with Wispdrinker Vampire. And I think I remain sort of, I think I still believe that Wispdrinker Vampire is an interesting thing to explore, and maybe somebody else can run with this. And what we landed on was a deck that wanted to get Wispdrinker out early. You get Wispdrinker out early, and then we start to do stuff. And what we found as we started to build it was that our slots were really tight, as they always are in Orzhov. There's too much good stuff. But we were very reliant on getting our ramp, right? Like, it felt like we couldn't do anything until Wispdrinker was in play. Like, I very much felt like I didn't want to play my extort creatures early, which is normally what you want to do. You want to run your extort creatures out, right? So that they can start extorting. But in this deck, it's kind of like, no, don't run out your extort creatures until you get the Wispdrinker trigger, which means waiting until turn 3 at best, but often turn 4 because we're not always going to have ramp in hand. This is a bit awkward. I was pretty bullish on it before, and now that I'm kind of seeing it play out, the play patterns don't line up the way I like it to. So, where did we go from there? Well, we went to the Cliffhaven Vampire, which is an old card. This has been around since what, Zendikar something? Which Zendikar? Oath of the Gatewatch. Yeah, way, way back. And this one says whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. So this is basically just a Malakir Blood Priest or Malakir Marauding Blight Priest in the command zone. And what we learned is that this pairs up in really interesting ways with cards that punish things from happening on other people's tables. So Death Greeter, Leonin Elder. So like if things are dying, we're draining. If artifacts are coming into play, we're draining. If creatures are coming into play, we're draining. If creatures come into play, we're draining. If they're coming into play, we're drain. And then not only that, but similar to other decks like Crackling Drake, where you also have a second commander, right? Crackling Drake has Murmuring Mystic as a secondary commander. Sailor's Bane has secondary commander. In those cases, the secondary commander does something very synergistic, but like opposite, right? Like the Crackling Drake goes tall, the Murmuring Mystic goes wide. Sailor's Bane goes tall, Murmuring Mystic goes wide. In this deck, we just have 3 of the same thing. We have a Marauding Blight Priest, an Epicure of Blood, and a Cliffhaven Vampire, which means if they kill one of them, the lock is still in place. If the Soul Warden is there and the Cliffhaven Vampire is there, then we are still having the functional build your own Suture Priest or build your own Bloodseeker. This deck is incredibly hateful and stacksy, and it has none of the traditional stacks cards in it. Very low on edicts, just one of them, the one that kills the big creature, the thing that might kill us. We have very little removal, 10 pieces of removal. It just doesn't, no sweepers. This does not look like a traditional stacks deck, but it is. Because these things like punish people for doing things. And then we have all these ways to turn off combos, whether it's turning off pingers, artifact creatures, or turning off artifact combos for both of these. Pinger combos, lose to this. Death Greeter turns off Malcolm combos, Leonin Elder does. Death Greeter turns off Persist lines. Soul Warden, Soul's Attendant turn off Flicker lines. And then we also have Coalition Honor Guard and Standard Bearer, which can stop Gretchen lines. Gretchen is the one deck that kind of escapes the hate of this deck, the hatefulness of it. But it flows better. We go turn 1, Godpharaoh's Faithful, turn 2, Suture Priest, turn 3, Marauding Blight Priest, turn 4, Vampire Spawn, and you immediately Gary the table. This is like, this functions kind of like Gary because of all of these creatures. Impassioned Orador, even the ones that look weird like Core Celebrant, maybe they're not like the best ever, but they're really good here. Like even playing a Core Celebrant while you have a Cliffhaven Vampire in play is almost the same as a Marauding Blight Priest, except that it's going to do it again every single time that you play a creature. And we still have the good extort creatures. So, to wrap things up, this is definitely very interesting. And to be honest, I've never seen or built anything quite like this before. And that's why this stream is 4 hours long. This is so interesting, the way these things interlock. Main weakness is sweepers. Sweepers are going to be very brutal. An Airness deck could also punish us by just like taking our key stacks pieces offline. Right? So like repeatedly killing our creatures or sweeping the creatures is going to be painful, which is why we have like Reaping the Graves. And it might be that even like Unearth and Return Triumphant and Recommission would be better as like high volume creature recursion spells. One other thing that is worth mentioning too is that we don't have any ramp in this deck, so we're just going to be making land drops. This probably wins turn 10. Turn 10, turn 12. There might be some really busted starts where if you go like turn 1 Soul Warden, turn 2 Suture Priest, turn 3 Student of Ojutai, or Marauding Blight Priest, or Core Celebrant into Cliffhaven Vampire, that you push a ton of damage and then nobody can do anything, and you've kind of functionally locked everybody out of the game at a very early turn. Even going turn 1 Leonin Elder, I mean, think about like Aethersworn Sphinx, like trying to operate with like a Leonin Elder in play. Man, Leonin Elder, actually, here's another thing. Leonin Elder, we cannot die to a Malcolm deck when we have this in play. Malcolm Kedis cannot kill us when this is in play. Right? They make infinite artifacts and we gain infinite life. And they do damage for them, but it doesn't kill us. Wow. Yeah. All right. With that, we are going to wrap it up. So just want to thank you all for being here. If you do want to support the content, support the channel, support the work that I do here, help me get some editing software at some point, you can support me at patreon.com/common connoisseurs, where you can sign up for as little as $2 a month to be a part of the Common Connoisseur family. We have a supporters only section of the Discord where I make regular updates and share my insights and my testing with the cPDH decks that I'm planning on taking to tournaments and all the ones that we build on this Let's Build series. I keep them all relevant. There's no other way to get notifications when I change decks other than through Discord. And I will ping everybody when I make those changes and those improvements. I've been doing some really interesting stuff with TPI lately, some more innovations with that deck. Mayhem Devil has been good. And there's been a lot of really interesting things that I've been sharing on there. So if you want to join that, if you want to see the discussions happening there and participate and get first access to all of that, that's the best way to do it. For a small price, $2 a month, it's like half a cup of coffee. You can support this work and help increase the reach of cPDH in your communities and in the world. So with that, I want to thank everybody who joined us today. I also want to take a moment to thank all of the people who currently do support. We always take a moment to read their names off as we enter the end of the stream. And in fact, I think we might even have a new... There we go. Okay. Awesome. So our current active patrons that we have is Yo Man Yo, Brennan, Joel, HZ, Luke, Max, Paul, Neil, Alex, Jared, Dax, the PDH Pod, Eric, Adkin, Zach, Scooby, and then Chris, William, Derek, Ian, and Noyark. So to all you out there, thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it. It means the world. It always validates the project to have that money coming in. So thank you so much for that. And for everyone who has stuck with the video this long, it's obviously quite late, and I appreciate you all being here. Thank you, Ruff, again. Good to see you here. Good stream. Your Cliffhaven seems super fun. Thank you. It's very hateful. But yeah, so with that, Connoisseurs of Fine Common Cardboard, thank you so much for joining us today. And wherever you are in the multiverse, I hope you have a great rest of it. We'll catch you on the battlefield. Peace out.